Right? VC Realm in here earlier today. Self-I built. Revealed. Should deal VC Realm with what's new. What's new today? While we wait for some more heads to come in. District 120. I'm not even full yet, man. Shit. All right, Shaka Nulu, Malik Low. Going on, man. It's looking like it's getting crucial. Why'd you? Looks like it's getting a little bit crucial here. You got the width that I missed. Screw is slow to come in. How much time per day as a youth did you invest in studying versus becoming a grown man? Dr. Da Vinci. I think that's the first time I heard that slang. Yeah, I don't understand the question. Let's see with that. see what he comes out with that, man. But looking at the situation going on with the pandemic and everything is looking a little bit crucial. This time I won't be shocked though, like last time they caught me off guard. I don't know what's going on. I tried the last couple days, yeah. But I guess, man, let's just go ahead and get into the get down up here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna ask a question. It might seem obvious, but Shaquem, how much time as a youth did I allot to my studies as a youth as comparison to now? Now, I'm not a Muslim saint, and we not Masonic, right? But you know, see, I devoted time, right, as a youth to learn and do righteousness, right? Do what is the duty of a civilized person, right? But what it really was was going through the labor of it. You understand what I mean? Meaning going out there and putting it into activation. So in this day and time, like actually like sitting down and reading the lessons, I might do that. I can't even tell you the frequency. It's just certain times I might do that. You know what I mean? But in terms of the labor, you know what I'm saying? I come on here, all this time right here is devoted to this is study for me too. You see what I'm saying? Or just in general, like say right now, I'm on the 8th degree in the 1 to 40. We're like, after I go through today's degree, right? Then I just quote the whole 120. You understand what I mean? If I don't get through it in a day, like certain days I might be busy, I'm making moves, then I just pick up the next day where I left off. That's my method that I'm using right now. So, I'm not reading the paper, but I'm studying the lessons every day. So it's difficult to put. It's like, how like a person that's a feminist, right? You know how everything in the world is a feminist issue to them. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is the door handle on the bathroom this way? Because it's discrimination against women. How they see the world through that. See, I see the world through mathematics. So it's not like a time during the day that I'm devoting to something else. You know what I mean? I may not just be actively studying 120 lessons. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm not actively, expressing everything verbally, right? Because the time and the place don't call for that. But it's nothing that I'm doing, like, if in fact, I had a nightmare. I had a nightmare the other night. I was at 85. That was the last thing. You know how you have a nightmare and it be like the last thing you remember and you wake up? I was doing some 85 shit. You know what I'm saying? So, even when I'm resting, when I dream, I'm God. So I don't think it's a time during the day. I'm probably, I can't think. But that's related to what the topic on the live today is, right? Knowing who you are, right? And the reason, why that sparked from the the supreme mathematics today, right? Of knowledge culture is because, that's really how you know who you are. So you can study it on the paper. And the paper will tell you, 1,000 characteristics. Say you're the Allah, you're the master, the ruler, the king, the maker, the owner, the creator of the planet Earth, father, civilization, God of the universe. You understand what I mean? But until you really put it into activation, you don't know if you none of that stuff. So when you really get to that point where you know what it is that you do and what it is that you don't do, see, now you knowledge your culture. See, a lot of that other stuff, that's just who you're supposed to be. You see, this becomes very important when you're moving out into the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? When you start moving out into the atmosphere, right? Especially when you start to, we got West Coast Wise in the building. West Coast Wise came in the building. We see West Coast. It's been almost a month since we've seen West Coast. But see, as you out there and you start moving amongst the people, right? When we look at the lessons, like I said, right? It says, why was Yaqub so successful in all his undertakings? Right? Now, here's the thing. The reason why people that part about success, or one of the reasons why it's possible that part about success you gloss over it in your mind, because you have an understanding of that cipher being limited. See, if everybody that was about to do something stupid, right, to be successful at whatever it is that they wanted to do, if they knew that that success was going to be limited, right, how many of them would still do it? See, there's a moment right there to tell you who you really are. And you come to those points where you got to make a decision, right? And see, sometimes you look at somebody, right, and they may appear to be successful. But see, for the most part, see, like I said, man, for you to see and you to see clearly, right, you got to be able to see with a microscope, right? So you can see the details. We got the original Mr. 120. You know, you got to be able to see with a microscope so you can see the details. And then you got to be able to see with a telescope so you can see the big picture. But see, a lot of times, you know, when you're just looking at what something appears to be, right? See, that's why we say understand is to see something for what it really is. Because, you know, because see, sometimes what it appears to be is what it really is. Like if you walking, you walking out on the African Serengeti and something appears to be a lion, it's probably really a lion. You can go examine. When we talking about, other things that we got to deal with, see, that's a cipher, dealing with a lion is a cipher that you mastered by avoiding. That's the example of a cipher that you mastered by leaving that alone. But see, in other ciphers, right, that you got to master them by going through them, right? You got to be able to examine things to see them clearly, meaning on all levels. You understand what I mean? Meaning now you got to have an understanding of, look, there's things that's happening, right, under your feet, right? There's things that's happening on this level of the atmosphere right here that we're in, and there's things that's happening above our heads. People that ain't able to understand on every level, right? They caught up. What happens to the people who don't understand what's going on above their head? What do we call those people? IB. Yeah, we got to bring IB on in a minute after I finish with my little rant right here. You know what I'm saying? After I finish with my little rant right here, because we've had some wild developments. All right, True Divine. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, man? Peace.
Back right now?
Yeah. Yeah, true indeed. You know what I'm saying? That's the 85%. You understand what I'm saying? That knowing rain, hail, snowing, and also hit thunder above their heads. You see what I'm saying? So Bill said, could you elaborate on the wisdom born degree you referenced in the correlation you drew up? Yeah, you gotta tell me what part you missed, what part you ain't understand. Like, see, I know what I'm talking about, right? It's just not a speech. You know what I mean? Luke Cage, we got a lot of old timers in here. But yeah, which until you we can keep it flowing. You see, that's the signs of knowledge in your culture. You know what I mean? And that's on every level, even in terms of, look, when you go through the signs, right, of just your research, the things that we do to show and prove these lessons, right? The different individuals that we come in tune with, right? Different individuals that we come in tune with, right? You see how some people, they've been 1,000 things. Like you get involved with something, right? You get involved with something and then you stop studying your lessons. See, you didn't really acknowledge this. This was not really your culture, and you really didn't know what your culture is. You understand what I'm saying? You don't really know. See, your culture is the actual practice of your knowledge and wisdom. See, there's a lot of people that come into this knowledge, right? And that's what they do. They, 120 knowledge, 120 wisdom, 120 understanding. And in terms of that, if you go and speak to them, just on the verbal level, they're the almighty gods. You see, once you got to take it to those other levels, right? Now you got to put all of this, so far, what is just, it's still, see, it's got to get the born and be born alive.
Hey, Darkim, you got Cypher in your motorcycle, her number came out. The year she was born, I ain't never know that good.
You hit it?
Nah, I would have no I would have called you.
You were saying Naheem, man.
And then her year, she's 73, came out last night. Oh man.
Oh man.
I never seen two people miss the numbers every day. Like him
and then coming back like, yo, I should have.
Every single day.
It's like a sitcom.
Yeah, El Naheem, you see El Naheem with 50 lotto tickets, right? Every ticket got 4 or 5 numbers. You know what I'm saying? We're like, look, he win a couple, a couple $100. Yeah, but he missed the big jackpot
every time
by that much.
It's like living in Vegas. Yo, if I would have stayed 5 more minutes, I saw them catch the flush.
Listen, every single day. Like, yo, he'll be sitting there, like, see how we talking right now? He'll be over there, right?
That's the daily combo, yeah.
He writing all the stuff, boom, boom, write some over there, check that out, boom, boom. Then he just jump up. Got it!
See, that's why you got
hey, he came straight to the jump off and play the numbers. I know it. He used to hit too.
Darkim, that's why you carrying her around. She was blessing you with another man. I knew something was funny. I said, let me look at this. then we looked at Cypher. I said, oh, wow. Her number came out, the date, the year she was born in, and then how old she. I said, oh, man. I said, I kept looking at her picture every time I go past that motorcycle.
You fuck with the numbers?
Nah, that's these niggas here.
No, I'm saying I don't either. I don't get it.
They think they know numerology or some shit.
I had his motorcycle number. His motorcycle number is 612. And
I see some brothers that they got a system. I don't know what they do, but
I gave him $50 when his number came. I said, hey, Darkim, I hit your motorcycle number. He blasted me.
Y'all with the numbers, man.
Yeah.
Y'all could have just saved y'all money by now.
Nah, I'll be ringing. I don't be moving.
Oh, man.
That's my system, my technique. It worked for me. I don't know about everybody else.
Y'all gotta cut it out, man.
Now I don't hate the big one. The big one is yet to come.
Nah, that's the thing. That's the thing with y'all. That's how they keep God. That's
like
how they
growing up around people. Like I can't even tell you. Like I left the machine right when they sat down. They hit the jackpot or they hit the flush.
That's how they keep God strung out.
Yeah, I learned that shit at a young age.
You know, but getting back to the signs, right here, you know, like I said, a person could come in, right? And yeah, they could be a master in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Right? But have absolutely no, you know, no coaching. You know what I'm saying? When they express their power, right? What is their power to do? You understand what I'm saying? How's their equality? See, that's the signs that, you know, look, you know, there's all the things, right? Now, look, a lot of people, they stop. See, a lot of these degrees, right? People, you pick out one or two characteristics, and some of them is that way. But look, some people, how many people stop, right, at, you know, don't believe in the teachings of the 10% and know who the true and living God is? But they ain't never went past that. I'm talking about not in the quotation. I'm talking about in the being of the 5%. See, all in degrees, remember, it don't just tell you who you are, it tell you what you do. So on the one thing there, yeah, it gives you, yeah, you know, they the poor righteous teachers. You see, how many people is just poor? You're not really a righteous teacher when it comes to living it out. So you don't really know your culture. You don't really know who you are. When you go amongst different ciphers, right? You're going to be easily led in whichever direction. See, some people can't be led. See, once you know your culture, you can be free. See, being led, you're not free. Because your ideas is not being expressed. You're expressing the ideas of whoever's the leader. And see, let's separate, right? Because see, we're not saying just for everybody to, you lack organization. I'm saying there's a difference between, you know, a leader and leadership. See, a leader can lead based on his own just whims and desires. But leadership is something that's based on knowledge and wisdom, right? That everybody's going to be able to see and add on to. See, that's the difference between power and control. See, we could all have power, but we can't all be in control. It's like when we come into a cipher and we build on mathematics, right? We all got power. And see that power can respect power, but see, if one of us is in control, it's like if I'm in control, right, then it's clear what we do here. I do the talking, you do the listening.
Do you think the class is ever going to get back to what they was?
The
class, you ever think they're going to get back to what they was? You know, you in front of the class.
Well, see, look, I've been doing this long enough, right? I didn't see it come, I didn't see it go. Yes, you know what I mean? So see, I'm not impressed, you know, when it's 25 people and yeah, they not
consistent.
Not even consistent. It's you know, especially now because a lot of people is older. See, this is not in high school was like that. Well, look, everybody got to come to school, so there's no reason for us not to see. Like if you wasn't there in the morning, you're not in the lunchroom, you're not there at the school, you ducking us. You understand what I'm saying?
You love that story.
but when you talking about now, we grown men, people got things to do. You understand what I mean? They have to remain consistent with their own stuff. You gotta remain consistent with me. See, like I said, I'm not the leader. You understand what I'm saying? They gotta go do their own thing. You understand what I mean?
Come around here.
Look, when they come back, right? Like the brother that came back yesterday, right? I might ain't seen him in 2 weeks. But when he came back, he had questions he had when he was building. See, he's remained consistent with himself and in his life and his cipher, which is what he's supposed to do. You see what I mean? This is not a hangout, the same, you know, people got to do their own thing out there. You see what I'm saying? This right here, it's easy to do it here. See, this is a place where people put their shiny clothes on.
Come around. Hey, photo op. Hey,
look. Dust the lessons off. You understand what I mean? And get on point to come over here. Right? But then when you see them
it's
next
like
week,
when you meet a shorty, it's like you ain't meeting them, you meet their representative.
Yeah. People come around here with their avatar.
That's real shit.
That's serious.
Yo, I know it's so serious. You gotta laugh.
Yeah. So I mean, so see, look. Yesterday it was just him in the class, right? That's good enough for me. You understand what I'm saying? Like, look, if
you're dealing with the size of the 5% anyway, there's not an abundance in that.
Let's say I get one person like that a year, for the rest of my life. That's a lot of teaching.
Because if they do,
If they go and do the same, that's what. Now you see what I'm saying. But see, they can't do it. They can't do it up here under here. They can't do it up under here. You got to get
the fuck on.
Yeah, that's a science. That's just some science. Big head. You know, I was thinking about that the other day, where you know, he used to say that this science is fly or die.
You was just making me think it's like throw them in the pool, see if they swim.
It's yes, sink or swim. You used to say that one too, yeah. That's how.
Yeah, all right, we dust them off.
Yeah, nah. If you don't make it, you don't make it. That's how,
you remember back in the day when you used to hear shit about martial arts, like, yeah, to be a ninja, you got to do this. Like they used to say some stupid shit, like, yeah, they used to take the babies and see if they floated some shit.
That's what I'm telling you. Saying that. No, when you.
No, but ninjas is some bullshit. But I understand what you're saying.
But I'm telling you, in terms of that type of training, what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's how it was. Like, look, this is a particular cut right here you got to make.
Like 5% ain't a big number, my man.
When people say, yo, why was the science like this or like that at a certain time? Because, yeah, you had a certain, you know.
You made the cut.
Yeah, having knowledge all this time and you don't have no understanding. You know, you just like, nah, give me my lessons back.
Waste my time.
Yeah. Like that was a lot of people, that's what it was. It was like now, right? Because your pride is involved in shit, you know what I'm saying? You know, you don't want to give the lessons back.
I told you, give me my fucking lessons back.
Listen. Guys,
this is mathematics.
That's some of what happened. You
understand
what I mean?
Mathematics.
Yeah, eventually it's like, yo, Sam, I thought I told you to have my lessons, man. And like I said, we in school at this time, so
we teach lessons.
You know, it's listen, if we don't see you in the morning, we don't see you in the lunchroom.
Because you're dealing with mathematics.
Yeah, because we're how you got in here.
Yeah.
Where you was, like, you know what I'm saying?
What you got going on?
Yeah.
What kind of money you making? You know what I mean? Let us know.
Yeah. Niggas in my homeroom now, I ain't see him.
Yeah, I see that, like, no names, but I see that people put on their avatar and they come here and, like you said, too many, worried about friends.
Mm-hmm.
And they get too worried about having friends.
Yeah, nah, that's what, listen, that was a specific thing, you know, when I was coming out. It's not, we're not friends.
Y'all, you got to understand and whatever, then that's a blessing. But if that ain't there, you ain't forcing it.
Nah. Not your friend.
Yeah.
Nobody see, listen. And then when we came into the cipher, it's time to build, right? So like somebody put right here, we can't forget about the brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? You know, we was brothers, right? But in this. So see, if you fucking this up, right? Then it's like you,
fucking me up.
Yeah, it's like, see, this knowledge and wisdom, right? This is our blood cells. This is our bloodline right here. This is, yes, I mean, this is not, you know, we don't got the same biological mothers and fathers. Yes, I mean, it's the knowledge and wisdom. Yes, I mean, that's the mothers and fathers of us.
Which is the understanding.
You understand what I mean?
Right.
You see what I mean? Of life itself. You know what I mean? This nation right here, while we brothers and sisters. Right. You see what I'm saying? So when you don't have this knowledge and wisdom, then clearly,
or if you ain't living it out the way you should,
you're not one of us. That's just it. That's the way it was. Listen, if this knowledge don't bring about a change in your life for the better, you're not one of us. That was just, you know, look, if it can be anything. Like, yeah, you keep fucking up and whatever. Yo, look, give my lessons back, man.
Back in the day, the New York brothers wasn't too patient either, G.
Right. Now, this is what I'm saying right here. Right? People got lessons and do nothing for the nation. Actions speak louder than words. Right? You know, even before they get to the signs, right, of doing something for the nation, right, they don't prepare themselves. You understand what I mean? Like you got to prepare, you got to save yourself before you save others. You know, that's the whole thing. They not really putting themselves in a position where they got a foundation to be a savior. That's what I'm saying. They didn't really do nothing with the knowledge. You didn't believe in the teachings of the 10%, and you know who the true and living God is, right? But you didn't really teach that. You know what I mean? Especially, like you saying, through your actions, right? Through the leadership of your actions and people seeing how you lived it out and how you did it to be an example where they can say, yeah, let me do it like the God. You understand what I mean? With some people, they didn't necessarily tell me this thing and that thing, but it's like, yeah, I seen how the God do it. Like, yeah, I'm gonna do it like the God. You understand what I'm saying? There was some people, well, not some people, that's just another level of teaching. You know what I mean? This verbal level is, extremely important because of just the
communication.
Right, yeah, the kind of ease of communication. You know what I mean? It's easier for you to get an understanding, for me to break everything down through the steps and stages. You understand what I mean? But, sometimes you could just look, some things are simple. And you're seeing like, all right, boom, the person did that, and then they gave him that. Like, all right, that's how you get that. Sometimes it's that easy, but sometimes, right, the hand is quicker than the eye. You know what I'm saying? So you might not, see, you might have to ask that person, but still, you making that observation, planting the seed.
Man, quicker than the eye.
What's it says here? Bark Tech.
Yo, you ever get any brothers from Vegas on there?
There's a couple brothers from Vegas. West Coast Wives from Vegas. Somebody else in here is in Vegas.
Did they get the knowledge before they went there? They got it when they was out there.
Yeah, I think a couple of brothers did. A couple of brothers got the knowledge in Vegas. I think West Coast got the knowledge when he moved to the West Coast.
Who's teaching out there? I know one brother from East New York out there, but I don't think he teaches. I've talked with one before. I met him from
Yeah, Shaka Nulu is from Vegas. I mean, listen, that's another thing you're gonna learn about the 5%, man. Is that you know how like back in the days you turn over a rock and shit, and all those insects run out. You didn't even know they was there. That's how the world is with 5%. If you go over
you
there,
get one person teaching.
If you go over there and you turn over a rock, you know what I'm saying? Some of the people out there, somebody's gonna be 5%. And see, it's been like that in New York, right? For decades. Where it don't matter, it look positive, negative. If you hear if it's a cipher you heard people talking about, there was a 5% involved. You understand what I mean? And now the rest of the world is about to see that when you get into the details of all these people that was doing that thing over there, yeah, it was 5%, a couple 5% that.
One thing I noticed is cats from the other side, when they hear about like the history of it, and when it's like nowadays, like, oh, that was going on, I didn't know about it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Especially everyone in the woo and hip hop and like as deeply entrenched as it is. You know what I mean? It's just like right under my nose.
We have some new visitors here today. Actually, Rebecca Thornton has been here before. We got Megan Garrison. Oh, I got Google Trollbots now. Big time YouTuber. Oh yeah. I meant to get into that too, but I was in the middle of my rant. Steph Curry broke the 3-point record at Madison Square Garden. You know, Madison Square Garden is the biggest stage, so that's power to him. So we got here True Divine. True Divine used to rest in Vegas. So he said you got Prince in Vegas, Key Rule, Lord Malik, Zaki Islam, a couple of brothers.
No shit. You don't have to link me up because I want to go out there.
There's a brother named Jahi that was from Vegas. But yeah, that's one of the things we do here on the channel is, we put people in real life contact. You see what I'm saying? Because, see, just like I was saying, certain things. Like, see, listen, when people come by here and they ask me for literature, you know what I do? Send them to the mosque.
Well, there's some truth. You're gonna give them to Elijah Muhammad.
Now, you just want to read.
Go over there, because that's what they do.
You just want to read some stuff. Go down to the mosque. They got books and books. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. What the fuck you doing? I know you.
Once you start, you want to get the understanding. You want the culture. That's when you come over here.
Learn how to live something.
Yeah, if you're just looking for some stuff to read, go ahead.
Over here, you're gonna read one thing, you can be quoting the hell out of it.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing for you to read.
It's about that big. Real talk.
Yeah, that's what people be messing up at. You think people, if they need to read the lessons, they need to come over here and be around us. Nah, don't send them around me. Because I told you.
You talk to older cats who didn't fully get the knowledge. Like, yeah, I got the 120. I know all that. It's like, yeah, but what'd you do with it? Like, you didn't see what it really was.
Whoever's in the metaverse now, your avatar better be studying their lessons. Because when I get in there, I'm going back. I'm starting from the beginning. Yeah, it's gonna be fresh meat on the barbie.
That's one thing. I don't read as much anymore. I just found myself living nowadays, making shit happen. You know what I'm saying? You know what the fuck I mean?
Well, that's the the final stage of learning, right? Is to put things into activation, right? It's to build something with the knowledge that you have. You understand what I mean? You got people like that they're kind of just eternal studiers. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got people that got 40 degrees. You know what I'm saying? They just been in college, they just stay in college. You know what I mean? They might have a job there at the college or something, but their whole life is within that realm of academia. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got all this chemistry knowledge, but they haven't advanced no science and nothing like that.
They ain't got no math to push them forward.
Yeah.
That's what it is. See that shit?
Yeah. But see, look, that's what happens, right? If you stay in a forum like on the internet, right? Now you're not going to be able to like, this is a little different form where you got the video or whatever. right? But even this, right? I come on here for a couple hours, right?
No, I'm outside that.
It's 24 hours in a day. That's what I'm saying.
We got Snapchat,
See what I mean?
we got deep
Right.
fake, my G.
It's not just that, but see that history, right? A lot of times, you know, we look at history as significant events, right? And then there's a certain perspective on those significant events, right? But history is all the shit that led up to that. You understand what I mean? Meaning like there's D-Day, right? D-Day just passed. I think it's December 6th, right?
Some shit, yeah.
Right? All right, D-Day just passed. But see, D-Day was 1944, I think. You understand what I'm saying? They got in the war in 1941. That means it was 3 years of every day, 24 days of history building up, 24 days, 24 hours a day of history building up that went into that day.
That's the
right.
day we finally went in that motherfucker.
Right. Do you know all that history? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So just saying that it's the same thing with everything else. We're like, yeah, see, a day like today, now we going into a little more of the everyday, like, yeah, this was the everyday that, you know, how it used to be. Where, yeah, you know, like I said, at that time we in school. So right there, that give you a little more
respect.
Yeah, of how this is, every day. Like everybody's supposed to be. And trust me,
I should get back from North
listen, there's people that was ducking so hard, flunked out of school. Yeah, it's just dudes. You know what I'm saying?
You over here trying to make you do good, you fucking.
Well, nah. At that time,
y'all just knuckleheads with it.
Nah, we was trying to make sure he was on point with what we was doing. You know that at the time, you know, that righteousness was the order of the day, right?
But it seemed
we
like
was more concerned with the order of the day than the righteousness. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We wasn't on point with that.
But yo, cats was coming around because that was the cool thing to be. Then they got in the fight with the cipher.
Put it like this, right?
And they found
No. See, this is what I'm saying when you're talking about living it out. That what you're saying, right? That's the way it's supposed to be. We gotta keep it brick, right?
Yeah.
There was people that was good dudes,
but they just wasn't diligent.
Didn't know their lessons, right? And they had a harder time than dudes that knew their lessons, but was terrorists. It was terrorists out there. So I'm just telling you, that's the everyday of it. That's the reality.
Hold up. I showed you a picture of who gave me knowledge initially to give you an idea to show you I know what you're talking about. Because he got motherfucker written all over his face. I'll show you right now.
He got what?
Motherfucker written all over his face.
I don't even show.
Good. You probably know him, G.
Nah. Not at all. Not at all. Here is the guy I beat. Let's see if we can get the guy I beat on here to discuss some of the things that's going on with public health right now.
One on the left.
Who you said this is?
My cousin's a boyfriend, Tito. He knows deck and all that. Street light. Used to be on tour, you know?
He looked a little bit like the guy out of Yasha.
He used to have glasses too.
He looked a little bit like the guy out of Yasha. Now I don't know.
But yeah, he's right up that alley, man.
FDJ Beats.
There's one thing he told me is I'm gonna come at you like a motherfucker in the street. I ain't your friend. Yo, he taught me good, bro.
See, I'm saying that thing. That's why I switched. Yeah, I just, I had StreamYard actually before I had Zoom, and what started happening is StreamYard, like they the bandwidth or something kept freezing. So I switched over to Zoom, and then I just tried it out. Freak, where you from, man? We got a new visitor here. Freak has been just spewing. Freak has been spewing 120 lessons for the whole. We've been on an hour. Freak has been spewing 120 lessons for an hour here. Where you from? Oh, SW, you've been doing that a few shots. This is the first time I noticed. Are you from Now See? All right. Yeah, we always got a strong. We've always had a strong showing from Now See. You know what I'm saying? So we know that the brothers in Now See is building, because so is a couple of heads from Now See. Yeah. So what you saying? All you know is 120? Okay. We'll get back to you in a second, brother, sister, whoever you are. But let's get the guy IB up in here for a little health update. IB, you there? Yeah.
Peace.
Now look, before you get into your comments, right? I want you to also cover what's going on with the vegan vaccine.
Yo.
I've been waiting to ask you that.
Nah, I'm not. I thought that was a joke, to be honest with you. I don't really know nothing about that science right there. That don't even sound right. What's the sign? I don't know nothing about that. What's good with that?
I don't know. I mean, it's from what I hear, it's coming out of Japan. I'm sure that it's coming to the idea is coming from the fact that a lot of people that are successful in getting their exemptions is getting it on the basis of if they have the historical past of having a practice where they don't partake in those products that's in the vaccine, that they've been successful at getting exemptions. So that was my thought, that they were saying, nah, it's got to be, we need 6 billion. We need 6 billion fully vaccinated people to get this bread.
Well, according to the exemption that the guards got at the school, that was one of the criteria that they used, was the fact that there were animal proteins, and also the fact of the HEK cells that was used to manufacture the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, but not the mRNA vaccine. The HEK cells was used in the development phase, I think, of the mRNA vaccine, but not in the current vaccine that they're using right now. HEK is a cell line, right, of aborted fetal cells that were kept alive over the years, sort of like Henrietta Lacks.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So these are not the healer cells.
No, they're not healer cells. This is a you know, it was an abortion. It was abortion, and they kept the cells alive. Right? And they've been developing vaccines through these cells. But it was used, I think it was used in the Johnson & Johnson, but not in the mRNA vaccines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw the guy 2 days ago, and I had manifested that to him. Had he heard about the vegan vaccine, the brother that drew the paper up for the exemption.
Oh yeah, Father Charbon.
Yeah, and a lot of mathematics.
Right.
So, what is going on? Just in general with the new variant, and what in terms of the how would you say the contagiousness, the contagiousness versus the mortality. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they just had. I heard today that they just had the first death. Right.
Right.
Somebody that had this variant, but other than that, it hasn't really been that fatal. But it hasn't really been, identified for that long. Although it has been all over the world. So it's going to take a while for the data to come back, because they always working backwards when it comes to this data, right? So the problem is that it was first identified in South Africa, and South Africa mainly has a younger population, right? Now, if you look at the past of this virus, mainly people that have died have been older, 60 and up, right? Now, it has been people that have died that were younger, but the majority of people have been 60 and up. And the South African population is mainly a younger population, right? Mm-hmm. So now that it's spread in Europe, but see, the issue is the infectivity, or what they call the R0. The R0 is how many people one person will pass the virus to. I've heard different stories of how effective it is. Some people have been saying that it's a R0 of 4, meaning that one person may infect 4 people. Now, it may not sound like a lot of people, but if one person infects 4 people each infect 4 people, and those 4 people infect, and on and on, you see the exponential growth, where it'll affect millions of people within, weeks or months or days.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically what's been going on with that. But so far, it hasn't been that fatal in South Africa.
Mm.
So what they're saying is that within the weeks, now that they're really testing it, because usually they don't really test the genetics of the viruses that much. They take samples, but now they're paying extra attention because of this new variant. So they're trying to find out exactly where this variant is through surveillance. So that's how that's going to turn out. It's going to take a couple weeks for all the data to come back.
Because what was significant about that is that I was hearing that now Fauci is saying that they want to redefine what fully vaccinated is, as now like 3 to 4 shots could be the new definition of fully vaccinated.
You'll never be fully vaccinated against this virus, because it's a respiratory virus and it's an RNA virus. It's going to constantly mutate, and they're going to have to develop new vaccines all the time because of the mutation. So this is something like, it's going to be sort of like the flu shot. You're going to have to get this vaccine maybe every year or every couple of months due to the how fast it's replicating and mutating. So it'll never be fully vaccinated. There's no such thing as that.
So are there other RNA, besides this class that that COVID belongs to, right, or coronavirus belongs to, right? Are there other RNA viruses?
Of course there is. Isn't HIV? I think HIV. No, HIV is a retrovirus. But there are other RNA viruses. Hold on, let me.
I'm saying that sounds like the way you just described it right now. It sounds like there should be other runaway conditions out there.
Like what? Like I'm saying, people take the flu vaccine every year, right?
Right, but the flu.
Why do they take the flu vaccine every year? Because there's different variants of the flu. So what they do is they'll do surveillance in like Asia and around the world, China, wherever, and they'll see which variants of the flu are currently circulating, right? And with that, they'll take those variants and concoct a vaccine with various variants in it, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
So the flu it's always been running rampant, and millions of people die from the flu.
The flu and this is in the same, they're in the same family though, right?
No, they're not in the same family. This is a coronavirus, and the flu is the influenza virus. So there's many different coronaviruses, right? And only I think a couple of them are can infect humans. But there's a whole family of different viruses. Right? Now there's one coronavirus that is we've all been we all had in us at one time, because it's one of the common cold. The common cold is not just one virus, right? The common cold may be the rhinovirus, it may be a coronavirus, it may be an adenovirus, right? But it's just the common cold. It's a mild illness.
Right. So now this is what I'm saying. And the cold is a runaway condition.
Yeah, you never get away from that. You never cure it, never do anything for that.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. And are there other conditions like that, or viruses that affect us like that?
Well, they saying that, right? Like I'm looking at this right here. It says human diseases causing RNA and viruses include orthomyxoviruses, hepatitis C virus, Ebola disease, SARS, influenza, polio, measles, and a couple other. So it's a bunch of RNA viruses. Yeah, it's a bunch of RNA viruses.
All right. So, what does that mean now for the prospects of public health?
Well, hopefully what they're trying, I think what they're trying to do is get the virus contained so that it's only endemic, meaning that it's not global. It's only like little areas may have a little outbreak, and you could do epidemiology and you could contain the virus through contact tracing or so forth and so on, and people could take their vaccines and so forth. But see, the issue, like I was watching the World Health Organization earlier today, and they're, the whole thing they're talking about is vaccine equity, right? They're talking about how, these variants are coming from places that have low rates of vaccination, and the reason why there's low rates of vaccination is because they're hoarding the viruses in the northern countries that are mainly white, and in the southern countries that are darker, they have low vaccination rates. Now, I don't know for sure if people do not want to take vaccines in these countries, or they're just not being provided the vaccines. But one of the recent things that happened in Nigeria is that they were sent like 1 million plus vaccines that were soon to expire. And before they could roll out the vaccines expired.
Yeah, because what you were saying in the beginning, that's what I mean. So, like the way you were saying in terms of using containment with this, that's pretty much what they do with the other RNA viruses that you was naming, like Ebola and whatever. That's what they do. As soon as it's a little outbreak, they try to contain it. We got another question here about mixing the vaccine as an option. I'm not sure.
Well, the issue, all right, so, these vaccines have different levels of effectiveness, right? Like, for instance, I took the Johnson & Johnson vaccine for my work or whatever, just so I keep my job, basically, right? But they're saying that this vaccine is ineffective now, right? Its effectiveness was only like probably about half of what the other vaccines were, but now that joint is down to like about 10% or something like that at this point. But now the Pfizer and the Moderna, their effectiveness has dropped too. So, with not a lot of vaccine in the world as it is, they were saying that in places that did not have a lot of vaccine, they were using a mix and match strategy. Now, to me, that brings up concerns about what are the adverse effects, because different vaccines have adverse effects and they haven't been tested with this mix and match strategy, on top of not being long-term tested as it is already. So now you're doing something different that may cause a problem within the body. For instance, like this Johnson & Johnson thing, since I took this situation, I have been tired repeatedly for days. Like, I'll go to work and I'll just be tired for the rest of the day. So I don't know if that's an adverse effect, but I never felt like this before. So it's just a question. It's just really questionable if you should mix and match something that wasn't developed together.
Yeah, that's that a lot of things that they're suggesting is just general wisdom would suggest that that's not wise.
Right. Because you wouldn't mix any other although this is not a medication, this is a vaccine, but would you mix anything else? Like, we don't play with our bodies like that. So now you just want to say, okay, well, I'll take this and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And who knows what's going to happen after that.
And what about all the other, like, have they decided, like I heard at one time they were saying that the shots, along with the new pills that they coming out with, is the most effective.
Yeah, so they saying that this new Pfizer pill is supposed to be 70%. No. They're saying that the Pfizer pill is, I think, 80% effective, or 70 or 80% effective against all of the variants, but then they said that the Merck pill is not so much. And then some of them pills, remember we spoke about last time, they have to be used in conjunction with HIV medication, which already has its own, adverse effects. So, I mean, like, my question is this, right? Yeah, and my queen just put in there that a lot of people are feeling tired, right? A lot of people all over the place are feeling tired. They're feeling that malaise or whatever from taking these shots. But she also said, would you mix, pills with alcohol? So, it's just common sense shit. Like, we're not supposed to be, pardon my French, mixing all of these different things. But what was I gonna say? Something else. Nah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's I'm seeing a lot of, and then, on conspiracy level, you know, it was said some months ago that we was gonna have until Christmas. And this thing seems to be, you know, it's like the headlines and everything. I just saw a headline saying that you know, it's poised, CDC issues winter warning. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're seeing all these stories now about you know, different places, the hospital system getting filled up with different people, and about, you know, who's the different people. It seems to be a lot of dispute, rather it's mostly vaccinated people or mostly unvaccinated people that's being affected. You know, it's definitely kind of ramping up in that same way where we getting a lot of information, but not a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, I just saw an article, or it was on the news. I think they said football players, right? I think they said football players was 97% vaccinated, but they keep coming up with breakthrough infections. It's been consistent. And we seen it with the Yankees, right? We seen the Yankees keep coming with breakthrough infections. But see, there's a question though, right? That are people really taking the vaccine? If I had money, if I had millions of dollars, would I really take the vaccine?
You know, I never considered that angle. Like all this time, I never considered that angle. I was like, yeah, no, and I'm saying like, yo, that's bugged out. That all of them just took it like that. Never dawned on me. You're right.
Right? Because they could put a doctor in pocket real quick.
Because somebody did get caught. Aaron Rodgers.
That's right.
So yeah, that's you know, even that happening and me seeing that story, it still didn't make me think like, yeah, maybe a lot of them. So we see.
Yeah,
maybe LeBron should be too fake out.
But look, this is the question for me, right? The question for me, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, right? What are you going to do? What are you going to do, regardless to whom or what? Because this virus is not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to do?
I mean, I think it's kind of a question on both sides.
Right.
You know what I'm saying, where it's like you know, it's getting to that level like law enforcement, right? Where you can't just say let it be the wild, wild west. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, this is not fixing the problem. Like it's not. It's, you know, you know, law enforcement. This is not the answer. Clearly, you know what I mean. Whatever is the solution, that's not it. We've been trying that for 150 years. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So, you know, that's what I would say is that, you know, we've seen, like you said, in terms of it just being here to stay, we've seen every different kind of method to contain it. You know what I'm saying? From over there in I think that was Holland, where they was just like, look, we're gonna just let everybody do their thing until we get herd immunity, to you know, what we had, which is, you know, lockdown, you know, to, you know, places like Australia where it was, you know, really locked down. You know what I'm saying? And none of those worked. So you know, you, like I said, with law enforcement, you can't just say let it be the wild, wild west. You know, if people feel like they want to take a vaccine, you know what I'm saying? You know, it definitely should be available for them. But you know, the rest of this stuff is it's not working. You know what I'm saying? And it's there's much less rhyme to the reason. You know what I'm saying? Just in terms of like you having events, right? Like you having all these protests, let's say for instance, right? You having protests about the pandemic, you having, you know, the whole 2020 was worldwide protests, right?
Right.
But we didn't see any spike. We didn't see any spike from you know people going around strangers, right? But then as soon as people start having family events, right, around their own family, you see a spike.
Right.
You understand what I mean? So
Most definite.
you know what are you going to do? Like you said, you're going to tell people, okay, well, it's okay for you to go riot with 1,000 people, but it's not okay for you to, you know, have an extended family dinner because, you understand what I mean? It's in turn, you know, for me, you know, my answer is, you know, to just keep doing what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm not a physician myself, right? At least not for everybody else, but for myself, I'm a physician.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And for me, right, do no harm means if I don't need it, right, I'm not taking it. You understand what I mean? If it's not something with a specific benefit, right, and it could have a drawback, then you know what I'm saying, I ain't taking it. So you know, in terms of the mandates, you know, I'm not really sure. I had a brother make a suggestion to me though, that that was actually, especially if you notice how hard de Blasio is going at it, right? That he was saying that that was actually a ploy to get rid of a certain amount of city workers. They just want to get the city payroll down, the pensions, the health obligations, healthcare obligations, all of that. So you know, he was like, yo, they tried like a couple of times because they expanded the book so much with you know, during the Giuliani era and everything, right? That you know, is they don't want to just come out on the news and say, look, we're gonna reduce the police force by this much. So they gotta find some other kind of way to get them out of it.
I mean that's very smart. You know, we previously spoke about, you know, how they are doing the debt ceiling, and they're basically borrowing money from the American people, from their retirement plans, from Social Security, and so forth and so on. Now, my queen just put in the chat about, and she just texted me about, you know, the Europeans bringing the diseases to the Indians, right? And the Indian population being decimated because of that. If we look at the whole idea of globalization, right, and transnationalism, and the world just being a very connected place, but we also transpose that with the fact that we're at like 8 billion people on the planet Earth. How long will that be sustainable? Like, let's say 100 years from now, 8 billion people, you know, because how many people was there on the planet Earth in 1900?
Yeah, it's the the population explosion since that time has been crazy.
That's right. So when we look at that, I you know, I look at things in a naturalistic and holistic perspective. I think the Earth is trying to fight against us. To be honest with you, the Earth might be trying to get us up out of here because we some real detrimental creatures to this planet. To be honest with you, I mean, not original people, but you know, them other people.
That's the question that I was asking you in terms of, you know, how many RNA viruses it is, because in terms of just the competition of life on the planet, right? if you got something that can multiply that fast, right? Then, especially if right now it doesn't have a natural something that naturally takes it out. You know what I'm saying? Like rabbits multiply fast, but it's multiple things that feed on rabbits. You understand what I'm saying? So it just
That's
seems
right.
like that's something that can easily outcompete people. You understand what I'm saying? For life. Like we've outcompeted all the other forms of life with our supreme intelligence so far. You understand what I'm saying?
And nothing is checking us.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But now it appears that if we don't make the right decisions with what's going on with this, right, then we could allow ourselves, or at least a certain amount of us, to be defeated.
Well, you look at the history of original people, we live a sustainable lifestyle, right? We live in tune with the planet, with the animals, with the plants, with the actual geography itself. We don't destroy the planet, and we give back to the planet. But ever since, it has been this colonization and this spread of a certain ideology of capitalism and industrialization and hoarding and all of these different stuff. It's been very destructive to the planet. So I look at the different movies that they put out over the last 20 some years. They all are basically saying the same thing about natural disaster, checking the population, and it's basically a reset. Even if you look at movies like the Marvel movie, the Avengers, Infinity War with Thanos, his whole thing was to check the population.
Mm-hmm.
That was his whole thing. So, they're constantly putting this out there. And, Bill Gates talks about it too, about the population and how they could slow the population down. What's the name of those people? Is it Malthusian? No. What's the name of those people that talk about the population explosion and it being scarcity of food and all of that?
Oh yeah, I don't know who's the original dude, but the dude is Rockefeller is the guy that I know for that.
Right. I think it might be a dude named Malthus that originally said that. And they got the what is them people that Margaret Sanger was a part of?
I don't know.
Yeah, Margaret Sanger, eugenics. Eugenics.
Oh, you're right,
Yeah,
right.
so they just want to, they want to preserve who they perceive to be the best and get rid of the rest and all of that stuff. It's all the same. It's all basically the same idea that, certain people don't deserve to live and, they want the certain elites to be the only ones that's on the planet. But, not to get all conspiracy because we could go down that rabbit hole and all of that, but look at what's going on.
Yeah.
Look at what's going on. You look at this virus, you're looking at the tornadoes, the natural disasters, the floods, the hurricanes. Everything is just, it's I don't know, man. It's just getting bad.
I mean, just at a certain point, I think you hit on the key right there where you say, there's a difference, right, between working in harmony with nature and trying to harness nature. Like that's just the mindset in the outlook, right, of the Industrial Revolution. Is that you're harnessing nature, right, but you're trying to control something that's more powerful than you, right, and that's always a dangerous situation.
Most
You know
definitely.
what I'm saying? I guess that's what they call the hubris. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Right.
most definitely.
A question: allegedly, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was on the tape receiving $100,000 a month from H.L. Hunt. Hunt's son owns the Kansas City Chiefs. Hunt was also involved with the plot on JFK. It makes me wonder about how easy X went out. I mean, like I said, when we dealing with the history of anything, for the most part, you're dealing with events that whoever wrote that history up thought was significant. You know what I'm saying? But there's 24 hours in every day. 7 days in every week, 365 days in 7 years, 366 in others. You understand what I'm saying? And each one of them days count. All of these different things. See, when they say he was on the tape, right? All right, then what was he doing?
Right.
What was the like the guy that set up Fred Hampton, right? He was on the tape, but we see what the outcome of his activity was the assassination of Fred Hampton, right? So what was the what did Hunt receive in return?
And on top of that, right, and this is a sore spot for me because I constantly think about this, right? Especially when it comes to Elijah. Did we listen to the message of the black man? Did we listen to the message to the black man? Because in the overwhelming population of the black man in America did not listen to the message. So when I say when you say he's on the tape, he was the one who crafted the message and was trying to live out the message. So I don't understand. I really don't understand. If we would have been doing for ourselves, if we would have took some land for ourselves, if we would have understood who God was and how to manifest that science on a daily basis, we wouldn't be in this situation 100 years later.
You see, people was looking at the leader and not the leadership. You understand what I'm saying? And so, it's difficult for some people. See, for me, because I'm not religious. So the person can say, like you said, all right, Elijah Muhammad was on the tape from H.L. Hunt, right? Now, as a 5%, right, we inherited some of the teachings of Elijah, right? Is there something in our syllabus right now that you would say came from H.L. Hunt? Because like I said, see, that's a factor too. Is that in history, right? You have impactful history, right? And you have, miscellaneous things like right now, today, millions of people cross the street. And unless one of them got hit, even me myself, if you say, yo, you remember that day back in 1987 when you crossed that street? Particularly, I do recall I used to cross that street, but you know what I'm saying? Unless something significant happened that impact your history or, at least your emotions at a particular time, that's not going to stand out.
And then Elijah Muhammad, after he died, his son took and just disbanded the whole situation. So where would that wealth be passed to? Didn't Farrakhan have to rebuild everything?
Well, yeah. War of Dean, he dismantled it. He clearly to me did not understand the message to the black man.
No.
You understand what I'm saying? And so he he took everything back to the Arabic customs.
But didn't he get sent there to the university in Egypt?
Yeah, but see, that was the title of the live. That's what I was about. That's what I was saying, is that, see, he didn't acknowledge his culture and who he really was. So when he goes there to deal with those studies, now you lose yourself in that culture over there. You know what I'm saying? You had the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of what Elijah taught you, but you really didn't know who he was. So when he went over there, you know, like I said, see, because I'm not religious, right? I don't really look at the religious side of Elijah's teachings as much. You see what I'm saying? So to him, the point of Elijah's teachings was to teach Islam, right? To convert everybody to the true religion. You see what I'm saying? Whereas to me, the point of Elijah's teachings was to uplift the black man. Yes, I mean, right here in America. So, we heard the message. Clearly, he heard it louder and clearer than me, but we got two different understandings.
So check this out. Right here in Wikipedia, right? It says multiple sources, among them American civil rights icon Malcolm X, implicate Hung as a lifelong racist who provided major financial assistance to several far-right organizations, including the Minutemen and the John Birch Society. Hunt considered African Americans as a political threat and made this clear in his radio interviews and broadcasts. One of Hunt's chief allies, Alfred Zoll, indicated that since 1936, Hunt advocated deporting African Americans to Africa. For this reason, Hunt supplied Nation of Islam leader Elijah Muhammad continuous financial support due to the latter's belief in racial separation from the whites. So that's what they mean when they say he was on the tape? Does that mean he's on the tape? I can't hear you, guy.
Your StreamYard special, actually a sign came on that said my mic was muted. But see, this is another thing that I'm saying now, right? We're also assuming, right, that every time we hear this, because we hear this about a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? People funded Marcus Garvey. People funded, you understand what I'm saying? All different people, Booker T. Washington. But listen, let's not assume that all of our older brothers was fools. Like right now, if somebody come and offer you $100,000, right, and they say, look, all you got to do, I like that shit you doing. That's what I want you to do. Keep niggas away from us. That's what you need me to that's what you need me to do. Hey, look, and I have this nation to build. I got these businesses and shit that I'm trying to open. You understand what I'm saying? Let's not assume
Most definitely
that, look, if somebody come up and offer us $100,000, just to do what we already be doing, then we wouldn't take it. I think, if somebody say, look, man, I like that shit you saying, straight KKK motherfucker come in here and say, look, I like that shit you're doing on YouTube, man. Here's $100,000. Look, let's take a vote right now, man. Will y'all stop looking?
Yeah, but if you look at it, what it's saying right there is saying that basically we want the same thing, to get the hell away from each other.
Yeah.
So what's the problem with that? But also on top of that, right? If you look at the back of the Muhammad Speaks papers, it constantly says, right, that they want to get a little piece of land from the powers that be so that we can separate from these people. Right then and there, you asking them for something. You asking them for reparations. So how is that wrong for him to get some money from the people who want the same thing he wants?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, there's, I mean, of course, yeah, money could always give things a kind of air,
Murky.
what's the name? You know what I mean? But at the same time, I've seen that kind of work both ways. You know what I'm saying? Like there's one side of it where, like, say the women from the Black Lives Matter, where I feel like, yeah, you've made yourself rich from others' labor. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think there's other situations, right, where, and I've never actually heard this, right? You know what I mean? But say like with Thurgood Marshall, you know what I'm saying? When he became Supreme Court Justice, you know what I'm saying? Would that be because he's some type of sellout in what he did with the civil rights legislation? Understand what I'm saying? Like, just because somebody is successful, you know what I mean? Because see, we don't give you a break once you do something great to us. We don't give you a break. You see what I'm saying? If you get a little piece of bread after that, you know what I'm saying, then you a sellout. You know what I mean? And if you die broke, yeah, you wasn't shit. The shit you was talking, you didn't get no bag, nigga. Yes, you know what I'm saying? So with that, is really case by case. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's a fine line, but that part where it say in the wilderness, here in the wilderness of North America, that means something. You know what I'm saying? Or part of me where it say who's the 5% on this poor part of the planet Earth, that means something. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
This is where we at. And this is how we gotta survive now. You know what I'm saying? Just like I say, the sword was an emblem of justice, and it was used by the original man in Muhammad's time. The sword. You know what I'm saying? It is still have an impact. You know what I'm saying? Somebody sees it, but it's not necessarily the same emblem of justice that when it was the top weapon. You know what I'm saying, in the world. At one time the sword was, this is only certain people even know how to handle this.
That's right. And
You
with
understand
justice.
Yeah. We had to see.
So number 4 in the Muslim program on the back of the Muhammad Speaks, right, is number 4 and what Muslims want. It says, we want our people in America whose parents and grandparents were descendants from slaves to be allowed to establish a separate state or territory of their own, either on this continent or elsewhere. We believe our former slave masters are obligated to provide such land in that area must be fertile and minerally rich. We believe that our former slave masters are obligated to maintain and supply our needs in this separate territory for the next 20 to 25 years until we are able to produce and supply our own needs. So, he's basically telling you it all right there.
Yeah, pretty much. What's this you say here? W.E.B. Du Bois brought Margaret Sanger to Harlem. Well, W.E.B. Du Bois, and see, with all these people, see, I love them, but most of them, they got their bullshit with them. You understand what I'm saying? W.E.B. Du Bois was somebody who he held I don't want to say he was a white supremacist. That might go a little bit far. You know what I mean? But he did have a kind of idea that, the best world is kind of one where black and white is mixed. You know what I'm saying? Where the best of the black people, you know what I'm saying, and the best of the white people, could mix and bring it kind of together, the best of both worlds. You know what I'm saying? The talented 10th, you know what I'm saying, with the civilized white people. You know what I mean? You know, not at that time, you know, you wouldn't be talking about the Irish. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's you know, I disagree with that point of view. You know what I mean? The talented 10 for all those types of ideas. I disagree with that. But you know, part of the history is also that he learned his lesson, and he learned it the hard way. You see what I mean? Because they built a prison house for him. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not necessarily going in an actual institution, you know what I mean? But in terms of his career and what was going on in his life, you know, he's seen that in fact they wasn't his people, and he learned that you know, his real people was you know, those who at that time, you know, was blind, deaf, and dumb, poison animal, he just stayed of death and power. But, you know, those was the people that could be awakened to handle the righteousness. So you know, yeah, that, you know, those, like I said, you know, with Marcus Garvey, you know, he's supposed to have some Europeans that was backing him. You know what I'm saying? Booker T. Washington had his Europeans that was backing him. But, you know, it's one of the things where, look, here's the bottom line. When you go to work every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you go to work, you know, if you know, if you go to work at Wakanda, right? You get in the car, you drive from wherever you go over to Wakanda, right? And then you work in just a straight up black world. That's how you get, you know, you shop in Wakanda. You just live here in New York. But you handle your business over in Wakanda. You know, then you can say that. You know, otherwise you gotta realize that, you know, where else they gonna get the funding from at that time? Right. CJ Walker.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Booker T. Washington was smart, man. I mean, he had to have some. Yeah, he definitely had to have help because he built his university in the most racist land in America during the time of, you know, the height of racism and lynching and all of this different stuff. But I think we needed a mixture of all of those, though. We needed to have, you know, that agrarian training, that farming training, those trades and all of that stuff that he was giving out at his school. But we also needed to have intellectuals. W.E.B. Du Bois was, I think, one of the first black men to go to Harvard. And he went to Harvard and he came out and he did the Philadelphia study, which was considered one of the first sociological studies of Philadelphia. And he broke down the exact ills that we were facing. But he was also one to call Marcus Garvey a monkey. Now, Marcus Garvey has great ideals too. But I see it as we have to look at all of these things and glean from them the lessons of them in order to move forward. Because here we are 100 years later after, you know, they had the great debate between Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Marcus Garvey and those predecessors. And, you know, we haven't gotten anywhere because we haven't stayed in any one path. If we'd have stayed down there and kept some of that land, if we'd have had more intellectuals, you know, all of these different things, all of those factors, all of the factors that they gave us from each one of those movements, if we would have stayed the course, we probably would have been in a better situation.
I'm gonna tell you one thing that I've seen, right, is that you know, one of the tools that the devil uses, right? He knows how to spark people's tribalism. You know what I'm saying? And in that way, you know, he's sparked the tribalism amongst us in a lot of ways. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of them, by always giving us kind of those two sides. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that those two sides don't exist naturally, right? But you publicize these two sides. You know what I'm saying? And you kind of market them as the only two decisions. You understand what I mean? So, you gotta feel like, you gotta be with the Malcolm shit or the Martin shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if the two sides is not like you said, where it's like, okay, there's certain things that, okay, we're gonna send these brothers in there to protest. And then if they pull that Edison Bridge shit, we're gonna send these brothers in there to bust heads. You understand what I mean? But they don't see it like a kind of thing where it could work together. It's they on some bullshit. You understand what I mean? But that's because the tribalism has been sparked. You understand what I'm saying? The same way they do it, from the days of Rome, right? When you got the Colosseum and the gladiators and all of that, and the people cheer for this one or that one. Yes, you know what I mean? Or even the way they do it, like, we might not even be thinking about us being a tribe on an average day, right? But if you put us in a country and you put the borders so that we got to interact with some other people, right? Now, all of a sudden, our tribalism is sparked and shit. You know what I mean? And certain things that we was doing every day and it wasn't nothing, this shit is super important. What? They fucked that up? Now we got to go kill all the motherfuckers. You understand what I'm saying? So they got so many different ways where they spark the tribalism, you know what I mean? The Democrats, the Republicans, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, and people just jump right on it, you know what I'm saying? Or the what they call them, the football hooligans, where these motherfuckers really go to war. Like, these niggas come. Hey, look, you ever look at the crowd of soccer bus? So you can look in the beginning, say. Like, they got that look like, I'm fucking make up their head. Nice. Like, listen, I got my fucking nigga shoes on tonight.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Drink a pint of Guinness and get busy.
Yeah. Because they tribalism is already sparked. Motherfuckers come painted with the colors on their skin, no shirt on, painted with the team colors and shit.
Yeah. Like like the QAnon shaman.
You see what I'm saying? Oh, you talking about my man? You talking about that was at the Capitol?
Yeah.
Man, listen, between the shaman and my man that kicked his feet up on the desk, man.
Yeah. It was the illest dudes ever. They got time too.
Listen,
they got time.
Look, you gotta drop the charges, saying just because of that.
I think he pissed on the desk and all types of. He violated for real. The dude that had his feet on the desk. He violated, man. But look, what other tool they got though? Be honest. Elijah said what? 1 in every 11 original men, right? Mm-hmm. The only tool they got is separating and heightening those tensions between the different sides. And being the whisperer, saying to one side, yo, ... this saying to the other side, ... What other tool they got? Because if we all work together, we gonna crush them immediately.
I mean, well, that's it. That's the culture degree in the 1 in 14.
You already know. So that's it. I mean, people can say whatever they want about these mathematics. They can say whatever they want about what Elijah taught, but look at what they do. We still talking about this war between vaccinated and unvaccinated now. This still is always that dichotomy, just like you said, and they play on that dichotomy and keep the confusion going. And meanwhile, they still keep their social equality amongst themselves.
Absolutely. But one thing I seen though is that and this is one of the things that I seen is important to them, right? Is see their social equality is breaking down. Because they won't keep and obey the laws of Islam, but they won't keep and obey their own laws either. You see what I'm saying? And so their social equality is breaking down in a way that they have to become more desperate, you know what I'm saying, in how they keep in control. You know what I mean? Because the different ideas, for instance, right? You know, up into our generation, the kind of truth, justice, and the American way. You know what I'm saying? The order. It wasn't like now. Thanos and them. They some other motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? When we was kids, heroes was American.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Superman was from outer space, but he was American. He grew up on baseball and apple pie. You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
But I'm saying that now with the younger generation, they communists, they socialists and shit. You understand what I mean? They don't. It's not as much. Baseball don't get the same viewership as it used to. You understand what I mean? Christianity is the amount of people that report that they believe in it is not as much as it used to. And what I'm saying is that these was the unifying ideas that existed amongst them. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, remember that last, let's say, until the British really start coming over here and really even say from like 1200 to like 1750, the Europeans was fighting all the time.
That's a fact.
Like during that time, there's the 10 Years' War, the 100 Years' War, the War of the Roses. There's all they fighting between countries, inside the country, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? But those handful of ideas, you know what I'm saying? Like Christianity, capitalism, you know what I'm saying? Okay, we can put that other shit to the side.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Western civilization.
And see, as those things break down, that's why all of a sudden, you have the people that say, all right, we losing control of the chaos here. You understand what I mean? Like it's supposed to, we want it to be an X amount of shit. But now, like you said, now you get into the science of that idea, right? That you saying the Malthusian idea, where it's like, okay, the excess people, right, is the people that we can't control and we don't have no use for. You know what I'm saying? Especially once, once killing people, once the Industrial Revolution came to killing people. See, like before, noble people, sword fighting was a part of them growing up. So a regular person off the street couldn't just walk up and sword fight with a noble person and kill him. That was unheard of. You know what I'm saying? Even if they went to war, a noble person had his armor on. But see now, if a pauper could get his hands on some dynamite, I'll blow you in that fucking horse out of here.
Wow.
You understand what I'm saying? So now, if I don't have a place in society for you to fit where you might get volatile enough to do that, we gotta get rid of you. You understand what I'm saying? If you're not being successful, in this society the way we building it right now, something's wrong with you. Yeah, I know. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, what's the use for them? Like, there's really no use for, the majority of those people that came to the Capitol, there's really no use for them. Right? Those are the people that are probably were COs or foremen of factories, and all of these different people who, when they came out of high school, they could have got a good job doing something maybe with manual labor or being a manager of manual labor. But right now, everything is specialized. You got to have an upper level degree or some type of specialized knowledge in order to make a living. All of those low labor jobs have been shifted overseas because they've been priced out. So what is the use for them? And then on top of that, what is the use for us?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's just kind of the way capitalism works. You know what I'm saying? Everything in it is kind of, time limited because, the finiteness of it, right, is what makes it valuable. You know what I'm saying? So for instance, they can't really sell air right now. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all around us. Now, if they contaminate the shit to the level, you know what I mean, where you can't really breathe. Now they can sell air because the good air would be rare. You understand what I'm saying? And
Right.
so kind of labor markets is kind of the same way. You know what I'm saying? That the labor market kind of, it works best, right, with impoverished people, right? With people who they just coming on to the rungs of society. You know what I'm saying? So everything that they do, everything that they accomplish is a plus for them. You know what I'm saying? So for instance, right now, right, you have migrants that's coming here that they impoverish in their country. So for them to come here, minimum wage, if that's enough for them to eat 3 times a day and send money home, they fine with that because they haven't the labor market is going to be a little bit dependent. The labor market is going to be a little bit dependent on, the cost of living. You know what I'm saying? So, for instance, that's why in New York, you know what I'm saying, minimum wage is going to be one price, but, in Montana, it's going to be another price. You know what I'm saying? So, each market times itself out. Like for instance, even right now, even China is starting to price itself out. Like China, it was easy for them to manufacture things for cheap, right? Because you still had hundreds of millions of people in China that, never this Jabbar Thomas. Welcome to the panel. They had hundreds of millions of people, right, that never even brushed their teeth before. So you bring these people into the cities, right, and you provide them with whatever finances that they never had before, they're going to be grateful for it. But once those people come into the cities and come accustomed to that, right, and they see that, okay, wait, well, I'm here working at this company, and this same company that I'm a part of, I'm seeing other people that are millionaires. You know what I'm saying? Now, they're going to start to demand a little bit higher wages, right? And so, at least the way capitalism works in New York, the two highest costs is the rent and the labor. You know what I mean? Depending on where you at. You see what I'm saying? So the rent, of course, you can't really, it's nothing you could do with that because, private property and private land and all of that is at the foundation of capitalism. You know what I'm saying? If they start doing anything to that, capitalism starts falling apart, right? So now the other two things that you can control is the cost of the resources and the cost of the labor. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, both of them, you know, unfortunately, it's kind of worked through wars. You know what I'm saying? You know, and then once you had World War II and you had the kind of solidification of what they call the first world, the second world, and the third world, right? So now you guarantee that this second and third world is gonna be that labor force that's kind of not accustomed, you know what I'm saying, to this way of life, but you always gonna have a problem with those laborers that's in the first world. You understand what I'm saying? They haven't figured out really what to do with them. You know what I'm saying? Jail is one of the places. Yes, you know what I'm saying? You know, but they really they haven't come up with that. So now we starting to see these excess people, you know what I'm saying? Rather they, you know, on the street, homeless, the tent cities, all of these is the different people that, you know, back in the days in Europe, you know what I'm saying, those people would have been peasants somewhere working on a farm, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, wherever the different people. But now that population of people has no, you know, there's no use for them in society.
So, I mean, my question is, you know, we went through W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, Marcus Garvey. My question is, what is going to make us great now, right? We know our history. We know about, you know, the great empires of Ghana, Songhay, and Mali. We know about ancient Egypt. We know about Zimbabwe and all of these different places where we were great. The question for me now is, what is going to make us great now? Because, all right, like if we look at the people who are getting rich right now, they're getting rich off of this vaccine, these pharmaceutical companies. And one of the greatest minds that was involved in that, they just came out with a cover of the scientists that created the vaccines. And one of them is an African-American sister by the name of Kizzmekia Corbett. Kizzmekia Corbett was instrumental in developing the Moderna vaccine. However, now that they're applying for the patent, Kizzmekia Corbett worked for the NIH, and she was part of the team that helped Moderna develop the vaccine. But they're saying that what the role that the NIH played was minimal in that development. Now, their money that they've made over this years has increased over 35, you know, probably 40, 50% more than they would have made any other time, because this is their first vaccine to actually come to market. My question is, why would a sister like that not go to an African country and develop a vaccine? Regardless of what your stance is on this, right? If this is the thing that is going to be making money all over the world for the next years to come, why would this sister or somebody like her not go to an African country and give them that potential? Because if we're going to be competitive over this next 100 years and not land in obscurity, then we got to figure a way to be innovative in this new market.
Who's this? Mia said, please check your phone. Who you talking? Me? Okay, Mia. I mean, you have a comment?
She sent you a shot?
I don't know. I'm saying, I don't know. See, no, but thanks for supporting the stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
she shot a shot with the gun.
No,
What's live?
stop it. Unless I don't know how to social media stuff. I don't know how to social media stuff go.
Yo, man, you are a big time YouTuber, man. So you gonna get these things nowadays, man.
What were we saying before that?
So what are we going to do?
Oh yeah, right. The question. In my opinion, right, it's the tribalism. That appears to be that's the pitfall that we keep falling victim to. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that the devil exists, right? The devil's going to do what Yakub taught him to do. That's what he does, right? That's why we call him that, right? But there's a reason why we fall victim. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's something that we not doing. You know what I'm saying? Like once we already know that, all right, there's some ciphers that we got to master by leaving them alone, right? And we still getting caught up in them. So, just when we look historically, right? So say from the time they showed up, right? From the time they showed up on the shores of West Africa, right? That was the issue. You know what I'm saying? Is that there was separation amongst us, right? That allowed them to do what they was doing. There was so much separation amongst us that in many cases we sided with them against our own. You understand what I'm saying? Same thing happened, when they got to South America and Central America, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? And the same thing happened when we got to these inner cities. You know what I'm saying? Just in general, the black migration here in America, when we got here, we fell into these groups and shit, you know what I'm saying? Where we became adversaries, whether it was because of this block or that block, you know what I mean? Or this color or that color, or, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, that sign, this sign. And that shit just continues to be the problem where we saying like, okay, the devil is there and they're going to do what they're going to do, right? But now what are we going to do? That's like the first step. You know what I'm saying? Now, like you said, once we come together, right? Just the pool of ideas. You understand what I mean? Just the potential pool of ideas that increase once we together changes the whole picture. You know what I'm saying? But because we don't have unifying ideas, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, people say, black people is not megalithic. Nobody's not monolithic. Nobody's monolithic.
Nope.
You understand what I'm saying? But there's certain monolithic unifying ideas. You understand what I mean? Like nationalism, capitalism, communism, Catholicism. You know what I'm saying? These ideas was ideas that, right now, if you go up to the average European, right, besides the Irish, you know what I'm saying? Maybe a few Germans, very few Europeans is going to tell you what tribe they're from. See what I'm saying? If you go up to an African, he's going to tell you what tribe he's from.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If you go up to a descendant of the Spaniards, he'll tell you he's from the Spanish country. But if you talk to somebody who's a descendant of Native Americans, or Native whatever, they're gonna tell you what tribe they're from, because nationalism has not overpowered the tribal idea. You understand what I mean? Just like, you know, the idea of Los Angeles, right, cannot trump the idea of Crip and Blood. You understand what I'm saying? You know, they can't look at it like that. They can't. It's just, it don't register to them. You understand what I'm saying? Because that tribalism mindset. So I'm saying that if you look at that as something, right, that was already fucked up about us when they came, right, and it's still fucked up about us, right, then that's got to be somewhere at the root of the shit that we gotta conquer. You understand what I mean? Because that's in us.
You bring a good point, God. I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think we're global. Like, we're not like the type of people that want to conquer the whole world and all of that. Like, we're more content with being in our area and, you know, living with the land and, you know, creating family. One thing, like, speaking of what you were speaking about, especially that tribalism, one thing that really enlightened me was the story of Genghis Khan. Right? I did a whole paper on the Mongols and how they became the Mongols, because they were once different tribes of Mongols or different tribes of people in that area. And they were actually Genghis Khan was able to conquer each of the tribal chiefs to create what became the Mongols. We haven't had that aspect where it's been a person that figure that just united all of the tribes under one thing to conquer the world. I don't think we wanted that type of conquest.
It's funny that you bring that up, because that's one of the examples that that made me come to that conclusion. Because note how successful he was against the Europeans. You know what I'm saying? Look, Shaka Zulu, same thing. Not quite as successful as Genghis Khan, right? But successful.
Mm-hmm.
All the dudes that was able to round up their tribes and say, these cats gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Robert Mugabe. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
They were successful against them. You see what I mean? And all of the brothers who couldn't see, right? And let that tribalism, you know, when it comes to that, like, look, when they going, we'll get in our business. But right now, we gotta get them out of here. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts.
Look, Ho Chi Minh, you know what I'm saying? All the people that was able to galvanize their people together and say, nah. We, us, and this is ours. They had some success.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying?
That might be the missing link.
Huh?
That's probably the missing link then.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just, you know, that appears to just be the problem. And, you know, it's not like one person or another, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, for instance, you know, it's been a lot of charlatans. You know what I'm saying? So then that already gives a certain skepticism where everybody who comes now, it's like, all right, well, we got to make sure what tribe you're from. You understand what I'm saying? Because, you know, you might be from the other tribe and just be trying to take us in. You understand what I'm saying? You know, but those is the things that, what I'm saying also, when you look at, you know, with the Europeans, right, kind of credit for their success. You know what I'm saying? Those is those kind of things, like when they say in their legal system and everything, it's saying that, yeah, if you come around us and be a charlatan, we got a system that's set up to deal with you. So now we can have a certain amount of trust amongst each other just so that we can do business. You understand what I'm saying? You know, as we doing these bank transactions, I trust that you're not sending me counterfeit, whatever it is, because we got this law set up. You understand what I'm saying? And in places where you don't have no codes, people can't really operate. You can't really elevate and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because everything is a free for all, and everything you build is going to be destroyed. You know what I'm saying? Some way or another, because there's no fucking code. There's no foundation.
Bingo. That's it. Because that's what they said. See, you just brought me back to my professor, because that's what she always spoke about. What she called Pax Mongolica. They also talk about Pax Romana.
Mm-hmm.
The fact of that area being consolidated, right? Everybody under that one authority of the Mongols is what gave it rise to a golden age, where the Silk Road was able to be facilitated, and they were able to bring trade from the east to the west and from the west to the east unmolested.
Mm-hmm.
Right? These are the things that make it possible for civilizations to rise. There has to be some level of authority figure. But another thing that you said, though, that really, really inspired me was, I don't know if it was a week ago, it was someday I was listening to you. But anyway, it's right in our lessons, man. There's nobody going to come to do it. You're the one that has to do it. I'm the one that has to do it. We have to do it every day.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's another thing that I seen, just in terms of, we're just in the mindset of looking for a leader. You know what I'm saying? So it almost makes it easier for these charlatans to show up. You understand what I'm saying? Because you're waiting for somebody, this person who's supposed to have all the answers, you know what I'm saying? And instead of just saying like, all right, we got X amount of experience from what happened already. You understand what I'm saying? And then now we're going to apply the lessons. You know what I'm saying? Jabbar Thomas said, but where do we start? I say with economics. See, a lot of things, and this is something that you said a minute ago too, where you was talking about in terms of we not global. You know what I mean? Yeah, see, a lot of things we don't see the big picture. You know what I mean? Like, it's a kind of an example in reverse, but there's an Indian chief that at the end of the Indian Wars, like in the 1890s, they took him to Europe. And when he got over there, he said, damn, we didn't know it was this much white people. Like, if we would have known it was this many of y'all, we wouldn't even fought y'all. You didn't know that y'all got all this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we had no idea this is what we was up against.
Oh,
you know what I mean? So just saying that, using that example to say that, yeah, for a lot of brothers, right, we haven't really seen a whole world view of how this thing works. You understand what I'm saying? The whole picture of it. We only see the part of what we not getting in the hood. You understand what I mean? And by the same token, when you was asking like, yo, how come our best and brightest, a lot of times they don't use their resources, for us, and they go work in these corporations where they don't even get credit for the things that they doing. People want to skip steps. Like, you don't want to go through, at one time, you had to be brave and tough to move to California. And we ain't talking about Compton. We talking about, you know what I mean? Shit was the frontier. You understand what I mean? And, whatever was going to happen, if you had to get some water, you had to go get that water. There was no turning the faucet. You know what I'm saying? It's not even outhouses. You understand what I mean? See, how many people want to start building civilization from right there? See, that was one thing that you got to give, what's his name? Dr. York. You understand what I mean? When they went out there, and those people, the brothers and sisters down there now, X amount of families that they bought all that land, in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That type of thing where you like, all right, now we gotta build this thing from scratch. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people. So, but what you do see though, right? Another thing I wanted to add on in terms of like now, once you see how this whole thing works, right? Then you gotta realize that a lot of things we've been doing, right, can just be applied in a different way. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning we got X amount of drug kingpins, right? And they built these networks where they move and work all over the country.
That's a fact.
You see what I'm saying? The same, logistics, the same, managers is the same thing that Target uses to have their distribution network together. They got these sources of manufacturers and shit that give them the goods and shit. They got their network of trucks and shit. They got their managers in different places that collect the shit. They got security enforcers. They're not going to do the same thing, but I'm just saying all of the, but see, we don't do it like that. You know what I mean? Or anything that comes out, right? We haven't, which there are jump offs. They just aren't as popular, so we don't use them. But look at how good we use the all the social media shit for communication. See, they got special Reuters and Bloomberg and all this shit to deal with special communication. But see, a motherfucker get shot on the street in LA 35 seconds ago. In the next 10 seconds, we're going to know.
Facts.
Twitter, Black YouTube, Facebook. Like, God, this shit that happened at the rally, God, by the time I got to the rest, motherfuckers hitting me, asking me, yo, what?
Yeah, but see, look, we are training ourselves to see it, though, God.
You need to be successful in that business world.
I agree, but look, like, listen, I started going to Clubhouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
My main impetus going to Clubhouse was building because I like dealing with the science. But then I started to look at the science of Clubhouse and what's really going on there, right? Like those brothers that come on at night with that Million Marathon.
Yeah, they good. They good. They funny. It's a lot of funny shit I don't like about them, but they good.
But in the daytime, God, right? They are doing nothing but networking.
The real estate, the Bitcoin rooms. I'll be in there.
Real estate all day. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. All day. And at night they have their little fun and all that. But right in the morning again, it's back to real estate masterminds and all of these different classes about short-term rentals and home loans and all of this different stuff. And mm-hmm. They get people to worship the cult of personality, but in the morning they get them to become a client.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing that it's a god that I went to school with at Bar College. He actually he's going to Columbia University right now. I think he's getting his master's or he finished his master's. But anyway, he was able to interview Kismikia Corbett. And I asked him, I'm like, yo, I asked him the same question like you, like, yo, why would she take that know-how to Africa or somewhere and develop the vaccine? And what he said was, listen, God, she's just a nerd. She's not even there. Her mindset is not even there. Her mindset is, I want to get a Nobel Prize or I want to get tenure at Harvard University or something like that. She's not even there.
It's right. But see, that's what I'm saying. It's because you want to be recognized by that white supremacist system. You know what I mean? You don't want to start from scratch, right? Where, say like with George Washington, time has to build. Little kids have to be born and be taught that you're the father of the United States, and then you'll be great. But where you came from in England, you a piece of shit now.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And
Nobody.
see, that's what happens when you go to the class reunion from Harvard, right? And everybody's like, yeah, I'm in the department over here. I work at National Institutes of Health. And you like, yeah, I'm out in Africa and shit and some shit. We even got test tubes and shit. We doing our tests in paper cups and shit. Motherfucker don't want to say that. They want to say, no, I got to look. I see people being 5%. But see, some people, they want to change the 5% in a way where when they go to the class reunion, and people say, yeah, I'm down with beta Phi Beta. You know what I'm saying? And other motherfuckers be like, yeah, I'm in the Eagle Scouts. You know what I'm saying? Then you say, yeah, I'm in 5%. And they be like, whoa. Because people don't want that. They want to change that to where it's up there with beta Phi Beta.
Yo, that's a fact because I went to a party. I went to the holiday party from Bar Prison Initiative the other day, and the dude who started the organization, I had my flag on, right? He see the flag. He said, he looked at the flag, and I think he a Mason, God, all jokes aside. But he was like, he had a Circle 7. He said, how long you been down with that?
Like if I was knowing that, you never been this fucking program. Yeah. Who let this nigga in here, man? Oh man, yeah. That's how I be.
Yeah, that's how I be. I gotta go, guys, man. It's always great building, man.
And even like you said on Clubhouse, I seen it on there too, man, where it's like, it's the separation on there is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like the idea of the unity exists, right? But the practice of the unity, you know what I mean? And it's kind of like that all the time. You know what I'm saying? But the practice of the unity is that's something we're gonna have to practice because it's always been a numbers game. You know what I'm saying? Like even, that's one of the reasons we supposed to be multiplying. A lot said we got to defeat the devil by outnumbering. You know what I'm saying? From the time they opening up immigration, it's because they know, look, we need people to fight these Indians off as we try to expand to the West Coast. You understand what I'm saying? So, it's you're not going to be able to go against those unified ideas, right? With disorganization. You know what I mean? These are things that I'm saying, if you just, studying different, histories of civilizations and how they built and everything, the Greek method, you know what I'm saying, that what they call them, the hoplites or whatever, that method, right, of going out on the battlefield, organized and prepared to kill, not capture. See what I'm saying? Other motherfuckers, their idea was to capture. Like, nah, we ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? We coming to kill, and look, we're gonna stand in formation. Nobody's gonna run. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna do what they supposed to do. That shit was the efficiency of it in going against other people who was disorganized and only trying to capture. How you gonna capture one of us? And we not leaving formation. And if you get close to us, we're going to kill you.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So until we come with those type of unified ideas, man, to where we can organize what's going on, you know what I mean? Because like you go on there, right, and say you just deal with the science of reparations, right? Everybody's for reparations, but they argue. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So how you gonna go against the motherfuckers that we rock solid? We don't want to get. You know what I'm saying?
Well, With that, I'll say peace. Today's math is now nation of N in the supreme alphabet, man.
All right.
Education always correct errors. Salute to the people. Peace.
Peace to you, God.
Peace.
So we had the question here. Is it the hard times that we're waiting on to see the need for unification? I mean, well, I'll tell you this much. A common enemy brings about unity faster than a common cause. It don't last as long. It's not as strong of a unity. But just, in general, a common enemy. So, Jabbar said, hard to come together when we keep claiming others to be original when they are not. That's well, you got to break that one down. I ain't gonna touch that one yet. Are we waiting to go back to physical slavery? I mean, it might take that. It might take that. For some people to see, that's it. Now you're getting into, then why did God make them? That some people is that hard-headed. I don't know if you from the hood, if you black, you probably know a couple people like that. I'm sure you got a couple people like that in your family. But yeah, I left this up here too from Wise You. Wise You is a throwback. I don't know exactly when Wise You got the knowledge. Wise You would fit right in with us. See, one thing about Wise You see these questions. The brother said something about a little over an hour ago. You know what I'm saying? And Wise You came out and asked him a question, right? To show and prove. And then this brother right here, Rashid Anderson, answered the question. Then he didn't answer it right neither. Then Wise You jump right on him. You know what I'm saying? And see, Wise You, see if you see these questions, Wise You go for the jugular. See, Wise You, listen, Wise You to fit right in with us, man. The other Wise too, West Coast Wise would fit right in with us. Wise You is straight from the jugular, man. Yeah, we're going to take the last couple questions right now, man, before we wind this one down and keep pushing. But Wise You, he gonna make me. I'm gonna send this out with a little bit of a funny story. About brothers like Wise You. You know what I'm saying? Brothers like Wise You, right? Was the brothers that brothers used to line you up. Brothers line you up for brothers like Wise You. You know what I'm saying? Like we'd be, we out there, doing what we do every day. And somebody would come through, right? Especially if it was a little bit older brother, right? The older guy would come through and he had somebody with him. You know what I'm saying? So, peace. He's an older guy or whatever. So, automatically that's going to infer a certain amount of respect on you, right? When you see. that's gonna infer a certain amount of respect on you. You know what I'm saying? When you see, the brother with the older brother. You know what I'm saying? But somebody like Wise you, right? You know what I'm saying? And see Wise you could be with us, and this is how it used to be, right? You go in the store, right? Be like, yo, Wise you, come in for a second. Let me build you. Let's go in the store, guy. You want soda? Then come in the store. Just go in the store, right? God be like, yo, you're Wise, man. This cat right here, man. Trying to hang with me, man. I don't know, B. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Look, I need you to see what he made up, Wise. You know what I'm saying? Get it. I come out the store, right? Yo, guy, I'm about to walk over here to the spot. I'm just pick something up. I'm coming right back. Yo, you good? Nah, build with the guys. Maintain with the guys. Yeah, they got you. Got everything good. Look, as soon as you brother get out of sight, signs, God, you know how it sound. You know how it sound, God? Yeah. How you see the bill degree in the actual facts, God? Oh yeah, that's peace, God. Well, how you see that coinciding with the ability to destroy the degree in the 140? And we just getting started. Listen, we just getting started. See, Wise you is one of the people, man, that they line you up for Wise you, man. See, I know because they used to line cats up for me all the time. All the time. Wise you remembers, Wise you recalls, look, whatever degrees everybody know, Wise you, that's another thing. Look, you be in the cipher, somebody that we meet somebody we don't know them yet. Degrees of knowledge. Them on the ability to destroy the degree in the 1 to 10. Here comes Wise you. Yo, guy, you from over there on that block, right? You know such and such, right? Yeah, guy, I remember I met you, guy. Now you was on the 114, guy. Oh man. Did you say here? Let's deal with some of the more acceptable plus degrees, please. Well, which ones is which ones is acceptable? Illuminati said my first visit and first bombing at the law school by Dumont. Yeah. You ain't really lived until you've been bombed by Dumont. Yeah. I don't know if you're a real 5%. Are you a real 5% if you ain't been bombed by Dumont? I don't know. Listen, man, we all been there. But listen, that's what made me how I am right now. So I'm telling you right now. Fucking around with Dumont. That's one of the reasons, man. You want to test me, man. Do not want to test me, son. I roll with the almighty gods. You know what I'm saying? Like we was just saying, El Nahim, you know, Firstborn Prince, you know, all the brothers, they not here, man. Umar, Flavor Man, Universal, brothers who, you know, they mathematics, man, they command. Where, like I said, man, it wasn't even necessarily what they told you, right? But just knowledge and their culture and the way how they went about doing things. You understand what I'm saying? You know, just being able to do the knowledge to it, because a lot of it, you know, at the time, I ain't understand it. But being able to do the knowledge to it and see in time, right? That's what seeds is. That's what understanding is. It's something that grows and develops over time. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that's gonna, you know, you don't put that kind of pressure on yourself. See, first of all, you gotta remember, look, just as an individual, I would like to think that's something I've been working on for 35 years. You can't just master in 2 weeks. Like if I'm still working on it, after 35 years, and here you come along in 2 weeks and you master it, then I quit. You just said some of Firstborn Prince plus degrees. What you mean, that he wrote or that he had? You got to jog my memory on those. See, the ones that Prince wrote, fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it, right? I never saw them. Most of his lessons, I got word of mouth. They, you know, whatever was that science, like for instance, right? Many of y'all probably seen the science of the clock. The science of the clock that's written down that people got in the lesson is not as complete as the one I got. Like when I saw that, I was like, oh yeah, this, you know, this scratched the surface. But when I got it off the board. Like, you know, he used to come in, you know, at that time, you know, and write shit on the board. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, everything about the clock and all the measurements and what it's based on, you know, I learned it from him. And Umala. And Dumar a little bit too. Colleen, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's another thing, is that being that I learned it, you know, a lot of things was like that. You know, I learned it being around all the guys. So I'm not just hearing one person say it, I'm hearing them interact with it. You know what I mean? So if somebody says something that's not right and exact, it's being confronted, you know, right then. You know, but, you know, is there a particular one that you're talking about? You know what I'm saying? You know, but yeah, I'm not. You know, it has its plus and minuses. See, because y'all have it organized in a particular way, right? Because you've seen it on paper organized in a particular way. Where for me, it's just, you know, you got to jog my memory. Like if you don't tell me, I wouldn't. Prince's, you have a copy of Prince's universal flag? What's that? How you get a copy of someone's universal flag? A copy of Prince's universal flag. That's a new one. What it look like? How you get a copy of someone's universal flag? Who copied it? Why would they do something like that? See, some things is religious practice. It was a hand-drawn paper. I mean, that sounds like a religious practice. A hand-drawn paper with what by him? Like I'm saying, if there ain't no lesson on it, ain't no knowledge, and you just got it because a copy of a copy because it's his. That's some religious shit. It's my man the whole nine, but fuck all that. I'm not keeping no shit like that. I ain't got space. Oh, you saying you have a copy of him giving his understanding of the meaning of the flag? Oh, all right. Now we talking. You had me thrown off. I thought you were saying you had a copy of his flag. Well, how would you do something like that? Oh well, yeah. That's those is things to grow on. Those are things to grow on. You know what I'm saying? Different examples. But see, that's what you got to understand. These plus lessons are. For the most part, they're either going to be somebody's research, right, or somebody's understanding. You understand what I'm saying? So, see, when you start saying that, uh, uh, the accepted plus lessons and stuff, like, I don't want to make people think that, there's some type of syllabus of plus lessons. You know what I mean? These is, you will run into some plus lessons that you might have already done that research as well yourself. You know what I'm saying? You would run into some lessons that's pretty much a person's understanding. You know what I mean? But all of them is they still seeds that's planted. You know what I mean? Meaning that you know, a lot of times people will use a plus lesson to show and prove a degree in 120 lessons, right? But you got to go and show and prove that plus lesson too. Like if you agree, if you see a plus lesson that tells you about the Crusades, you know what I mean? You still have to cross reference. You know what I'm saying? You still gotta verify, multiple sources, et cetera, et cetera. Big Jamel from P-Line. Who's Big Jamel from P-Line? You mean Wise Jamel? Big Jamel from P-Line. So my Born Justice? You say he returned. Big Jamel. Nah, I can't recall. Born Intelligence? Where these brothers from? And where they from, the east side? Before Prince. Yeah, I'm going back through the Rolodex. I can't think of who's Big Jamel or Born Intelligence. Big Jamel, when you hear Big Jamel, you basically most people that you think about Medina, and he didn't return. That's most people. Like we say Jamel, what Jamel? Big Jamel. Most people think about Jamel from Medina. You know what I'm saying? Born Intelligence. I mean, it's not a name that I would say is unknown, but I can't place it right now. Malik Lowe asks, what is meant by his ways and actions are like that of a snake of the grafted type? Well, which like if there's a particular part that seems pretty straightforward. You know what I'm saying? It's saying that the way that he moved, right, is like a snake of the worst kind. Yes. Like, is there a particular question you had about it? Did I answer your question there, or because yeah, it's pretty. So you gotta, you know, when you breaking these things down, right? The lessons, you know, you gotta look on every level. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes, you know, before you look on all the other esoteric levels, right? You know, see it for what it is. You know, it's just telling you that the way he move is like a snake, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, now with that, you got to go a little bit into the symbolism. How a snake move, right? Snake moves side to side. You know what I'm saying? So an individual who's always using misdirection on you. You know what I'm saying? Snake uh speak forked tongue. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there's a person that is, you know, telling lies, you know what I'm saying? You know, they crawling on their belly so they can hide in the grass, you know. And I'm saying that when you looking at you know, the dealings of the colored man, right? And you know, how he moves in order to set up his societies in which some people got to be on the bottom. You know what I mean? This is how he moves. You know what I'm saying? Ron Fetty said, "Did I ever check out Saladin Allah's School for the Youth?" Well, he was on the channel when he was still in the stages of when he was still in the stages of of uh of like building the school up. He was still doing the construction and everything. He was on the show to build on it. But like since he got it up now, I haven't got a chance to check it. Or is it operational now? Actually, that guy, what's your name too? You know, yeah, that's it. We should end out with that. I don't know. I was thinking about getting some theme music on the show now to come on. I'm gonna start. I got some. Hold on. Peace. Yo, what? Wait a minute. Yeah, y'all could vote. We got Renz Ferrer. Oh, the grafted type. All right. Hold on for a second. Because I don't even know. Peace. Peace. All right, look, I'm doing my live. You gotta text me or something because you're not saying that. But yeah, when it says grafted type, right? You got poisonous snakes and non-poisonous snakes. So, like I said, when it says the worst kind, you understand what I'm saying? You got snakes that they still snakes, but they won't harm you. You understand what I'm saying? They might bite you, right? But they don't sting you. You understand what I'm saying? The sting implies poison. You understand what I'm saying? If you get like a bee sting, that's because it puts poison in you. Oh, wait a minute. What the? So Malik Lowe said rattlesnakes and garter snake. A snake is a snake, yeah. But I mean, like I said, they still snakes, right? And the way they move is still going to be the way they move, right? Getting bitten by a rattlesnake is quite a different, quite a different proposition there than getting bitten by a garter snake. Who's Lolita Holloway? People keep texting me. I'm trying to get to this song for y'all to vote on to see if we we do some. Yeah, we trying to. I was in there planning Asia the other night. We trying to get some things in order like they supposed to be. Let me see something here. You got to. Hold on, let's see. Let's get this set up. Saints, I mean, y'all ask the questions. Sometimes I don't know what y'all.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to do the announce to that jump off me, but I actually got it. Yeah, check it out though. He gave me my copies. This for the real. Y'all gotta be real hip hop. Look, he got cassettes and CDs. Check out Endemic Emerald, No Cure Records. I don't know what site he pumping it on this time. But definitely check out Endemic on that. Hold on, let me see if we can select. If we can select some new theme music for when we come on. Yeah. Oh yeah, you didn't see any 3X hoodies. I gotta put them on another kind. The champion hoodies that I got only go up to 2X. The other hoodies, so which design was you talking about? Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Let's see. This how I'm gonna come on. This how I'm gonna come on. Yo. Yo. Shots fired on the block where they call him Sosa. No graffiti on the wall, force fallen soldiers. Puff loud, look that foreign chocho. Can't recall what they was warned over. Can't buck the llama. Christy come through and crush your armor.
G.O.D. did it for the honor. Try to play me soft. Quick shot, spit rhymes with the safety on. My pen is long sentence authentic. Been hood war a long minute. Walk along, get some words on the falling home. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. D's on the case, see his face on the poster. King Christ, summertime, New York, no my culture. Wanna talk to me, the key holder. What's my enemy's like? Legal drinking out an empty cup. No friends, fuck me up. Send the traffic lava. Now it's paid days of crack survivors. From the slave made it black economics. You can't play solar. Next stage, fade the game over. Sex sells, cats kill, with crime time shells in the driver's side. His hell full of homicide. He fell and his mama cried. Trees claimed him. Talk shit and make rearrangements.
I tell you that. I think that's a good intro song right there. We can try some other ones, but I'm telling you, I think that one is good. It sounds like we're about to drop some jewels. Sounds like we're about to drop some jewels. You say here, does Decipher have understanding the steps to civilizing the 85% by Dumas YD a lot? You talking about this is a plus lesson? Because Dumas got plus lessons is, that's what I'm saying. Some people, if you gotta, it's 360 degrees of reality. You know what I'm saying? I pick certain slices, right? And we deal with that for an episode or whatever. You understand what I mean? But if you just say, well, what's the science of all reality here? Where do we start? But this understanding the steps to civilizing the 85%, no, I don't have this particular one. But see, Dumas is another guy that, the stuff that y'all have on paper, right? Me and Dumas used to be in the backyard. I think that used to be a regular that was my G. Sometimes it was me, him, and Prince. So whatever's in there, I'm pretty sure I got it, but nah, I didn't see that. But I don't have a problem with it. Like I said, it's just that my experience of coming to know that stuff was different. Like I said, a lot of those lessons, right? The knowledge and wisdom that's in them, I have them, but I didn't know that the lesson, written down actually existed.
So I'll be having to check my messages. Oh nah, yo, you don't know, son. You you got you got you got no me. Listen, Shakim got that fire, son. You have no idea. No idea. What about the 9 laws of mathematics? All right, yeah, I know the 9 laws of mathematics, but you got to jog my memory again. You know, which I mean, are you asking if these lessons are right and exact? See, I give you a little jewel on, you know, how I was told to us, you know, at one time, you know what I mean, is that Allah said you gotta burn them lessons. Now, I'm gonna wait for you to ask me, or look, I'm gonna see if you know about that. That Allah said to burn them lessons. The Archbishop, I didn't tell you, look, the Archbishop, has Don Bishop seen the Archbishop yet? But yeah, you missed. We covered some stuff. You know, whenever IB comes on, we cover a decent. We cover a decent amount of topics. But we're gonna wait for Qasim and see what he knows about having to burn the blessings. So what you said here, you said burn, they're gonna be, I have a few crazy degrees that gods have cursed or blessed me with. So see, I'm going out a little bit on a limb here, but it appears that you didn't understand the lesson there. You didn't understand you didn't get the good part. When you say burn they gonna be, what you mean by that? Catch them, yeah, you said you'll burn them, right? So I mean, how you gonna burn? You gonna put them in the fireplace? You gonna burn them in the ashtray? You gonna take them outside? You gonna put them in the incinerator? Like break it down for me. How you gonna burn them? Yeah, bonfire. Good question. How you gonna burn? Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. You said you never passed them on, but kept them, never committed them to memory. Okay, those are good things, but I'm saying, how you gonna burn them? But you gonna light it with matches. You gonna light it with lighter. You know, you're gonna get some wood sticks. You want to get some wood sticks and do it like a Indian wood. How you gonna do it? just trashing. See, that's what I mean. You didn't understand what I said. See, you have to burn those lessons. What that means, you got to burn them with your mind, not physically. And see, what that means is that you have to apply that same knowledge and wisdom. You know what I'm saying? You got to apply the same principles in mathematics. See, and listen, that's something that was always important to us, right? Of utmost importance. When you get one of these degrees, okay, who wrote it? Because see, just because it came from somebody who called themselves a 5%, that don't mean that it's right and exact. So see, with all those lessons, when you say, you know what I'm saying, how, what's the deal with them, it depends on what's the degree you trying to use them for. If you taking them on face value, just like look the stuff on this live stream right here. Don't take it on face value, right? You got to burn this with your mind. You got to take this through the crucible of the principles of supreme mathematics and see if it's right and exact or if it's not right and exact. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's a plus lesson, listen, that don't mean, even that. Like if you're saying it's something with Dumar, right? Dumar returned to essence in what, 2013? There's science that's been manifested since 2013. Like there's things that occurred where if you say, yo, what was the science that Dumar dropped on COVID? The answer is going to be 0. You see what I'm saying? So with all those lessons, man, you know what I'm saying? You got to burn them with your mind. You got to take them and see, is this something that, okay, this person right here, where else can we see this? See, like I tell people all the time, we're not making up our own reality. Yeah, we have our own language that we communicate reality in, right? That's crystal clear for us. All right, C son, welcome to the live. You know what I'm saying? But this is not something that we making up. You understand what I'm saying? This is something that, no matter what world you go in, that you're not going to go in other worlds, right, where it tells you that it's not 196,940,000 square miles of the planet Earth. You're not going to go in other realms where it's going to, all right, powerful, welcome to the live. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to go in other realms where it's going to tell you that the planet Earth is not 93 million miles away from the sun. So that's the science with those plus lessons too. It don't matter. Listen, if Elijah Muhammad said it, if Allah said it, if I said it, if Prince said it, if Dumar YD said it, etc., etc. See, the science is right if it's right. It's not right because this person said it or that person said it or these things is right and exact and those things is not right and exact. There's things in all of them that you can learn, and there's things in all of them that you can leave the fuck alone and be better off in life. You understand what I'm saying? You said the degree reads somewhat positive, just knew that some were manifested from hate. I don't know, but I mean, I don't know all the lessons that you read, so I wouldn't be able to say that one way or the other. But you know, see, with everything, you know what I'm saying? You know, and this is a part of knowing your culture, right? Knowing your culture and knowing what you about and what your culture is, right? Not just the ideas and theories, right, of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, but the real life culture of living it out and putting it in activation. You understand what I'm saying? That's when you won't get caught up in these degrees, man. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know how it's just some shit, you know, especially when you was a younger individual, whether you was a 5% or not, you know, and you getting introduced to different things, and some things you like, yeah, this is not for me. I don't like this. You know what I mean? Like, it's some things they take you to the basketball court and you play, but you're like, oh shit, this is mad fun. Then there's other things that you like, yeah, no, I'm not really, you know, I'm not into this activity right here, right? It's something that doesn't feel natural about you. You know, even at that time when you learning your culture, but see, you don't have all these other parts of society telling you what is supposed to be your culture. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, when you read these things, that's what you got to understand, how to take the best part for yourself and leave the rest alone. See, that's understanding. See, lack of understanding is when you start bickering with a person about the part that's not for you. And then you end up what? Wasting time. He said, Julia Martinez, today's supreme alphabet is in or now. In means by or through. Example, in the name of Allah, the true and living God, or gives us the freedom to choose right from wrong. Now is the time to become civilized. I mean, that's, you know, you, a minute ago, you said you wanted me to build with you on today's alphabet. I mean, it seems like you did a pretty good you did a pretty good job of that right there. So I wouldn't say that, or, you know, especially in that context, I mean, means the freedom to choose right from wrong. But it does give you the freedom to choose which aspect of that degree, right? Which aspect of that degree you're using to apply to a particular cipher. Yeah, some people powerful, some people want the understanding handed to them, and some people, listen, this is reality. Yo, see, the guys make this stuff look easy. You see, especially when you're dealing with this day and time right now, where a lot of people is coming into the knowledge with their college degrees and shit. And so when they come around, right, and they see, you know, all these, you know, brothers and sisters that, you know, you got brothers that ain't came into the knowledge without even knowing how to read. You know what I'm saying? And, you got your college degree. So it looks easy. You know what I'm saying? But you don't realize, right, that brothers are making it look easy. You see what I'm saying? So you've had people, listen, ask Sunez. Sunez came in his college education, got spun like a top. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead ass. Listen, it's not, everybody got spun like a top regardless, but I'm just saying he came in with a college education. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of people come in thinking, yeah, it's going to be easy, man. You know what I'm saying? Especially think about it. Imagine we had a time, when we coming through, we 15, 16 years old, and we dropping bombs, boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? So people was like, oh, yo, these kids is, yeah, I should be able to do this. You about to get spun like a top. Julian Martinez, C-Sign. You said you came here for what? I mean, it's not you, guy. You got to remember. Yeah, I've been doing this some decades, so if you come on live, you say, "Yo, guy, you call that time I came by the school." Hey, guy, I've been here for. Hey, Julian Martinez, where you at in your lessons? I'm asking because first you started off asking to build on the alphabet, and then now you're talking about God making the devil. A lot of times that's what it is. See, you can't skip these steps because in every lesson, right, is keys to help you understand the other lessons. You understand what I'm saying? Like you could take 196,940,000 square miles, right? Now, one of the keys to help you understand that lesson is in the 140. When it tells you how much is land and how much is water. You know what I'm saying? And then some more keys to help you break that down even more. It tells you how much is each body of water, how many square miles is each body of water and how much square miles is each body of land. But if you're skipping all around, right, you're gonna miss the keys. You're gonna be asking questions. So that's another place. So we were saying yesterday, when you come around, you ask certain questions. I know you've been studying. But see, when you come and you asking other questions, I know you've been trying to skip around. I know you've been somewhere building with somebody and they was introducing you to some shit. And now you're coming over here trying to get back to what the fuck you're supposed to be learning. Not that you're not supposed to build people like that, but just keep that on cap. Keep that key in your pocket. You understand what I'm saying? And when you get to the place where that lock is, that's when you pull that key out. When everybody's standing there looking stupid, you say, I got the key right here. See, it's things like that to this day. Some shit happened, I'd be like, oh shit, I remember the guy told me some shit like that back in motherfucking, 89 or some shit. Now I got the key. Now I got the key to get in there. You understand what I'm saying? But now you come around and you asking a question where it's like, clearly, if you was on that degree, right, and you studying your lessons, you asking a question that's in the lessons. You asking me a question that's in the lessons. Right? And see, like Powerful said, you want it for free. When I tell you, study your lessons, you think I'm sending you on a wild goose chase. You coming to me every day, yo, God, what's this? Yo, God, why I'm not seeing this? Study your lesson. Study your lesson. Study your lessons. Study your lessons. Study your lessons. You can say it 1,000 different ways. But they still have the religious mindset that you're going to just die and wake up at the pearly gates. No, you're going to realize that you're a slave of mental death and power. The poison animal eater. Easily led in the wrong direction. These are the characteristics you're going to learn that you have, right? And then you're going to work, right? And you're going to go through the labor, right, of taking those devils off your plane. Other people, they want you to take those devils off for them. You're not saying God makes devil. I'm saying the case that God teaches a man wrong, he could go out with the knowledge and do devilish things, falsehood and activations. Yeah, but he didn't make that devil. That person is just the devil. I'm not saying that you're wrong in saying that. I'm just asking you what degrees you knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But see, here's the thing with the knowledge. Now, don't get me wrong. If he teaches him that the knowledge is about doing these negative things, you know what I'm saying? Like if he teaches him, guys, today's mathematics is about how many packs you sold today. You know what I'm saying? Then yeah, that's something different, right? But in that case, you're not. It's hard to. I mean, yeah, that's teaching, but that's not the teaching that we're talking about. It's teaching, but it doesn't fall in those other definitions, right? It's not civilizing. You understand what I'm saying? But what is true is that like we were discussing yesterday. You see, whatever is your honorable name, you got to be, if your honorable name is Dan, then Danny's got to be a good nigga. See, before C-Son can be a good nigga, Danny has got to be a good nigga. See, otherwise, if Danny's a piece of shit, then C-Sun is just going to be a piece of shit with knowledge. You see, the person who's teaching you, they just giving you, see, look, that's why you can come on here, like I was saying earlier, I just give you the knowledge, right? And because you can, you hear me speaking, you can get a certain amount of wisdom. But see, really, you come into an understanding, right? And you living it out, you living out the culture of it, right? That's something that nah. See, this stuff that I'm telling all of y'all, right? This is just my equality with y'all, right? And this will bring you up to that equality, to that 6. You got to go to 7 on your own. That's just how it works. It's that's not inside anyone's power. Because if the person made you God, then they're God of you. See, I don't give you the power. I give you the tools to develop your power. So you want the first degree and the 1 in 10. That's peace. For me myself, that's that's my favorite degree that I look at as the most important of them all. What you said, did Allah and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad have the same understanding of the 4 devils? Yeah. Well, I mean, in terms of it being in terms of how we have to apply these lessons today, that is something that people is not supposed to be trying to take literally and apply outside of oneself, but apply to oneself. Now, Julian Martinez, you said here, I don't want to be a good nigga. Now I'm going to assume, right, that the issue is with my French and just say, okay, well, listen, Danny has to be a good man. Let's, because I'm sure you're not saying that you don't want to be righteous. But in terms of, was it meant for people to go out and activate on that, in this day and time? No. When people misunderstood the lessons, he took them out of circulation. Those wasn't for everybody who couldn't understand from the jump anyway. You say, what were they? Well, see, in that degree, Kasim, is, you gotta, you shifting gears. You shifting gears on us right now, right? When you say, what were they, right? That's different from what are they. See, because the degree has a historical context, right? From the year, like 700 or just before 700, right? From the time the Muslim movement moves out of Arabia and starts to go into the Middle East, Egypt, etc., before they went into that part, those areas was the Byzantine Empire. And so for 700 years, right, they was at war with the Byzantine Empire. and the taking of heads, right, on the side of the Muslims and on the side of the Christians, right, was just that was their military practice at that time. You know what I mean? To for one, ensure that their soldiers was out there killing like they sent them out there to do, you know what I'm saying? And also to instill fear on the other side, you know what I mean, of what's going to be your fate if you get caught, you know what I'm saying, by the other side. So that's, when you say what were they, that's what that's referring to. During that time, when the Muslims, and the infidels was at war, you know what I mean? Pretty much from 700 to around 1700, when they made a pact with the Austria-Hungarian Empire. You understand what I mean? So, you got to understand that level of it as well, right? But why is that history included in 120 lessons, right? How is that included in 120 lessons, right? As something that goes along with the message for the Black man to uplift himself, right? Now we talking about those devils being behaviors that's within ourselves that we have to destroy, right? And be just as militant about it as they was destroying, that devil in that time. You know what I'm saying? Did Elijah mean for people to go out and do that? I mean, he had an army. For the whole 50s and 60s, he had an army that if he wanted to do that, he could have did it. You know what I mean? So to me, that, along with just to understand that I seen him deal with the colored man, just in terms of, look, he's the colored man. He do what he do. I do what I do. That's how I draw it up. Yeah, we got to listen. The side rallies is crazy today. Did the law protect us from committing the same actions? I mean, we covered this before. Allah was a family man, a military man, served his country bravely and honorably. The stuff you be hearing, that's us. That wasn't him. He picked from the bottom of the barrel. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, now times has changed. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, we attract people with college educations, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? But Allah scraped us off the bottom of the barrel, son. So, listen, to take us from the bottom of the barrel to the cream of the crop, you know what I'm saying? That was quite a that's why he's the man. That's why we call him Allah. You know what I'm saying? But you got to remember that because of that, some people never got to the level of understanding that they could have. You know what I'm saying? If they went according to the program that he set up for us. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm just telling you that was the teachings of Allah, man. Go to school, get a job, learn a trade, take care of your family. This is the teachings, man. Now, once we had the teachings, we here, this is New York, son. We got to survive out here. You know what I'm saying? So the way we applying these teachings, right? Sometimes we zig and sometimes we zag. That's the signs why you see us knowing what we know now, because we done zigged and we done zagged. You understand what I'm saying? But sometimes when we get to what was a lot of teaching, sometimes we get that's what a lot of teachings was, man. You know what I'm saying? Was to save us, all this other, we know all of this stuff and all that. That's all fine and good. You see what I mean? But if you can distill all that right down into something that is a resource, right? It's something that is a resource for yourself and your family and your community and the world. Yes, I mean, then you're not dealing with a lot of teachings. You know what I'm saying? Like protect us. I mean, yeah, to protect us from what's going on in the world and the devil's plans and all these things and all that, man. But it wasn't. It's not an against science. We're not anti nothing. We pro righteousness. That's a lot of teachings. You understand what I'm saying? So if it's not righteous, the law ain't teach that. That's not this nation. This nation, the law didn't make no devil to make this nation. Whatever you got a problem with what he did, listen, he already serves his penalties for that. But in terms of this right here, no devil was made in the making of this movie right here. Powerful said, I damn sure did. Listen, man, we all have. That's the reality of what we learn here. Is the difference than what we was learning in those religious worlds. You understand what I'm saying? You said, did Allah explain to the firstborns all the mistakes to the nation? Well, we didn't make him yet. Well, how would he have explained the mistakes? He said that there was going to be things that come to pass. Like one of the things that was told to me that Allah said it was going to come a day when people worship money as a god. And listen, this was before the bag. This was before everything was done for the bag. You know what I'm saying? This was before high value people and all of that. And I seen that come to pass. Other things was other things. That's just one thing that comes to the top of our mind. You know what I mean? But we not on no preordained shit. Like we still, he could tell us what is the possible pitfalls, right? But we got to live that history out. Even if he predicted a beautiful history for us, we still got to live it out. You learn that he says some may have to go back to the mosque. Y'all just talking about, I send people over there all the time. People come by here and ask me for some literature to read something. I send them to the mosque. Because they don't know what the fuck, they not looking for us. If you really ran into one of us, you would not be asking me for no fucking book. I said the earlier nation. I mean, did he tell people about shit they was doing wrong? Yes, some people got sent to the mosque. Did he tell them about the mistakes? Did he tell them when they was fucking up? Of course. That's what you call furthering the education of others. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why they call him the Father. The side rallies. I don't know who's been paying attention to the side rallies today. Listen, I'm just staying out of it. You see, I love this. I love this kind of shit. I love it. Mr. Spock. Yeah, Mr. Spock. This was a good one. You came in at the end. I got the. It's time for me to wind it down. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple of little BIs I gotta take care of out here. Yeah, listen. Yeah, I don't know. Freak is all over the place. I can't call it. I don't know what that's about. You know what I'm saying? At any rate, I got some new things set up, especially for the City Sciences channel. I got some things set up where we're gonna be able to go hard now on the City Sciences channel. We're gonna be able to do a little something on this channel. I gotta get a little more hookup. Like y'all see, I got my lights. I got my lights in here and all that. We ain't been back in the medicine cabinet. We gotta get back in there. I gotta get a couple more little equipment like that. Then we're gonna be able to get busy a little bit more at random. You know what I'm saying? Cover a little bit more stories in real time. You know what I'm saying? And be able to deal with our Bible, things of that nature over on the City Science channel. But in the meantime, in between time, everybody that made it this far, hit the like button, share this on your other channels. your Facebook and your Twitter and your Instagram, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? So, because what that does is that helps everybody get their alert. So see that we had a day like today, we got a lot of people in here. You know what I'm saying? We had the God RB, shout out to the guy. You know, the God is he's a professional in the medical field. You know what I'm saying? He deals with public health. So that's why we always have him on here to discuss. And he's very much into the political arena. So, we always build on things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Shout out. We haven't shouted out all of our other brothers, you know what I'm saying, from our neighboring nations, you know what I'm saying, the Morris Science, NOI, Hebrew Israelites, everybody that comes and checks us out here, you know what I'm saying, on the Random Jews channel. Peace to y'all. And I'm going to sign off and say peace. We got to see